Council Bergman. Council King. Council Lukes. Council Merrill Carlson. Here. Council Rivera.
Here.
Council Rosen.
Here.
Council Rose. Council Russell.
Here.
Council Toomey. Council Wally.
Here.
And Mayor Petty.
Here. Okay, Mr. Zelich, you don't want to do an opening statement or anything? Or? Are you, Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. What you have before you is the City Manager's FY20 budget recommendation to the City Council, and there is one common theme throughout departments that I'd like to call to all the Council's attention right from the onset, and that's the difference between the FY19 column, most specifically in the area of salaries, between FY19 and FY20. If I could hearken back to a year ago, as we presented and deliberated the FY19 budget, I'd like to call to your attention that last year we had numerous unsettled contracts and non-represented employees. So the amount that you'll see in the FY19 column represents salaries in most instances of employees before the application of raises. So as you compare FY19 to FY20, I'd just like to call all the councilors' attentions that you may see large fluctuations between the 2 years. That is because the subsequent to the adoption of the FY19 budget, contracts have been settled with the unions, and subsequently raises were also applied to, COLAs were also applied to non-reps. So the FY20 salaries would represent 2 years worth of collective bargaining agreements or COLAs, as is in the case for non-represented employees, and step changes for each position. So that is going to be something that's going to be uniform through the vast majority of the departments. So with that, Mr. Mayor, I turn it back to you, sir.
Thank you. So our first up is the Worcester Police Department. That's on Section 3.1.
Okay. I'm a tougher target when I sit down. Before we get into the specifics of the police department, I just need to know a few questions. When does our 45-day period end to finish up with the...
The June 21st would be the deciding
right.
factor.
Because we only have 2 dates here, and I think there's a lot of unanswered questions yet to be determined. Is there a revenue stated for our marijuana fees in here?
We can wait till we get to all that, can't we? Or?
Well, you know, I'm leading up to something. There are some missing components here. I didn't see a trash bag fee in here either, and that's over $1 million.
Trash bag, we haven't passed that. So.
Exactly. So there are items that are missing. Now, the education budget is factored on the House numbers, is it not? All right. When the Senate comes in, if they come in for a higher amount,
He did.
what is going to be the response of administration with that extra money?
Well, the Senate did come in with the higher amount last week.
Well,
and,
when it gets finalized.
Okay.
Well, they did. The Senate came in with a higher number. Now we'll have to wait for the conference committee to see what the final number. So that is yet to play out. We'll have to make some adjustments based on that. The marijuana number is baked into the local receipts, which Mr. Zedelis can tell us what number he's using for that.
This microphone. as the managers refer to, in the local receipts, we're currently using $750,000 for revenues derived from marijuana sales in our local receipts.
I assume that's a conservative number.
Through the chair, typically, yes, we are conservative with our revenue estimates.
Okay. Given the fact that we may be having $3 million more in this budget because of the Senate proposals that are now being processed, I think we're going to have to relook at some of the items here. And I'm not proposing any across-the-board cuts, but I am going to look at each one of these department budgets and see what we can do in terms of looking at a decrease. And I heard just the tail end of Mr. Zadelis' comments, that there's an average increase in salary across the board.
Mrs. Adelis?
Through the chair to the counselor, what I stated is the presentation of the budget shows on a high-end salaries in FY20 because it's the FY20 salaries throughout departments recognizes the 2 years of COLAs plus any corresponding stipend that a employee might have. So it's contractual by nature, the salary increases.
Are there any salaries in this budget that go above that amount?
Through the chair, there are in departments certain a new position or potentially a merit, sprinkled throughout the budget document.
Mr. Manager?
So the counselor had an order from previously, which we'll have before next week's budget session for any of the increases that we're recommending above and beyond cost of living adjustments. So we gave all of our collective bargaining agreement recipients got a 2% raise in those. That's the model contract. And we gave a 2% increase to all our non-reps. So all of the city employees will have gotten a 2% cost of living adjustment, and that's in the budget. Anything above and beyond that, that's in the budget, you've asked for a separate list, and that'll be here for next week's budget hearing.
Does that include the school department?
No. We only give the school department a number, a gross number, and then the superintendent and the school committee decide how to allocate the number that we give them. That's why there really isn't necessarily any, there are changes in terms of the city's going to receive more money from Chapter 70. That money is just going to be passed through to the school department. That shouldn't impact our bottom line numbers. The money is just going to go to the school department. So there's no, this budget, even though there's some small tweaks, isn't going to be substantially impacted by a higher number from the Senate if that's where the conference committee ends up moving to.
Okay, I just want to alert everybody that if we don't have a number for the school department in terms of the current Senate recommendations, I think we should hold it until we get that number, because it may be more than a $3 million number, and we, as a city council, should determine upon the manager's recommendation how to disperse and expend that money. So if we're here until June 21st, okay, we still have a lot of time to deal with this budget. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And just to be clear, there's nothing different than this year than last year and the year before. The budget, the Senate and the House will get together and pass a budget over probably, I would guess, next week or maybe the week after. Then, if we have, as long as we don't have to cut, it should be pretty easy. And if we can add, we'll add to the budget. But Councilor Russell, followed by Councilor Merrill Carlson.
Mr. Chairman, I'm trying to make sure I understand what Mr. Zadelis said. So, and I just want to say it in my words and make sure it's what he's saying. I know that sounds a little gobbledygooked, but and I apologize for that. But what I'm hearing from Mr. Zadelis is that some of these positions that have more than a 2% increase reflect because they didn't get it last year, the cost of living? Is that correct?
Through the chair to the counselor, the FY19 budget the salary that you see
That I have here.
is pre the 2% COLA that went into effect last July, and now that the contracts have been settled, the FY20 number will recognize the 2% that was put into place this fiscal year and the prospective 2% that will come in July 1st of 19.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. So does that mean that, because as I glance through all the departments, and this is not just the police department, we're not talking about the police department, just in general. When I glance through the budget overall, I see, department heads, assistant department heads, folks that are managerial and high managerial positions, for the most part, getting much more substantial raises than the other rank and file employees. And so is that something that was intended as part of the manager's overall plan with this budget, or is it because we're making it up from last year?
Through the chair, it's recognizing raises that were budgeted in a different location, not in the department, like I tried to explain. Last year's raises were nested in contingency and health insurance. Once said contracts were approved, we transferred the money, which was a subsequent event to the passage of the FY19 budget. So the FY20 budget line item salary for positions is a recognition of 2 years worth of.
Okay. And the reason why I asked that, Mr. Chairman, is because I opened up last year's budget and I glanced quickly at some of the department heads in various different departments, and they had, for the most part, had very modest raises, but had raises. And I thought that was the 2% thereabouts from last year, and then this is on top of it. So you're saying we're playing makeup from the year before?
Through the chair, yeah, that's correct.
Councilor Merrill Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. So to follow up on my Councilor Russell's questions, so through the chair to Mr. Zadelis, are you saying that that's what you did last year as well, that we each year during budget time were making up 2 years? This seems a little odd. Because I remember last year some questions being asked about this, and I don't recall it being explained that it was 2 years that we're going back.
Through the chair to the counselor, what I said is all union contracts which had not been settled at the point of the budget and city non-representative, their raises were presented in last year's budget in contingency and in health insurance. So for all the positions,
I think you need a new mic.
yeah. So for all the collective bargaining units which did not have their respective contracts wrapped up in totality, their monies were down in contingency. There were certain unions that were done in advance. I believe the fire union was one such unit. Those particular raises were factored into their departmental budgets. Other departments were not.
So I guess my next question through the chair to Mr. Zadelis is, how are we to know which ones are and which ones are not? So maybe the question that I have is, could you give us a report for next week, percentage-wise, on non-bargaining unit positions, what the increases are versus non-bargaining unit positions?
Through the chair to the council, we can do that.
Okay.
Thank you.
Those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. Okay. Welcome, Chief Sergeant. You're up. And do we have any questions? Motion to approve? No. Councilor Toomey.
Approved. Oh.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Chief, first of all, I just want to say thank you to you and your command staff for all of the things that you've done, your K-9 unit, your recruit class, the 3D scanner, the Bigs and Blue, your full-time diversity office position, biodiversion treatment, and the body camera pilot, which is ongoing, and expansion of Camera Collaborative, which is so critical in making sure that we can actually go after the folks that are committing the crimes and actually get evidence. So that's a good thing, and it's very well respected in the community. One of the things that has come up very quickly, and I'm just wondering where in the budget you would have that for, was I guess the ATVs have started rearing their heads again. And so do we have that ready to go and play for the summer season?
Through the chair to the council, yes, we have usually our first half, Captain Ryder puts together a little team anyways from our regular staff, so we do have something in place now. I've seen a couple of kids on regular bikes too, right, doing the wheelies, just coming over from the station, so we are putting a plan in place to alleviate that.
Yes, I understand that they've been having fun riding right outside of the police station, and I actually saw one today on my way down here as well. So it's been interesting. But if we can get right on that, that was very successful and very aggressively done last year. One of the things that I have been, as chair of public safety, a huge advocate for is continuing our classes. And manpower is critically important. We also have been, you've expanded the traffic division, which is very much needed, and we still need to continue to work on that as we've had some really sad incidences lately. So I'm just wondering, I know that there have been some changes in the budget, some movement. I know when I'm looking at page 8. There's a $100,000 difference in ordinary maintenance under administration, under let's see, the section leases, rentals, safety supplies, hardware devices, etc. Could you explain what that differentiation is? Is that just contracts, or is it how we're accounting for it?
Chief?
Through the chair, we actually just changed the category, so it's more of
It's a bookkeeping
a bookkeeping
issue?
change than
Okay.
a financial change.
Okay. I kind of figured that, but I wanted to ask just in case. And then something else had poked. I was curious about on page 11. There's an increase in vice prostitution overtime, but there doesn't seem to be any recommended fiscal year amount for gang patrol overtime.
80,000 of that was for vests. Out of
Oh,
that
is this
100,000.
going back to the other
Yes,
on page 8?
yes, Council.
80,000 is
Yes.
for vests, so safety supplies. Okay.
Yes,
That's a good one.
yes.
I know we needed to buy those, right? They
Yes.
were in terrible shape, so that's good. So on page 11, gang patrol overtime, there doesn't seem to be any recommended amount for that, but there was an increase in vice.
Through the chair to the councilor, most of their overtime is through grants,
Okay,
so we didn't put a number on that.
okay, all right,
It's-
and let's see, what was the on page 13? We do have an increase in summer patrols overtime, which is good, I guess.
That
But
would
what
be
is that for? Is
That
that
would be the increase in salary,
in salary?
yes, through the chair.
Okay. And then through the chair, consultants on the same page, the next section under, we're up 10, is that just salary? That's under operations.
Well, through the chair, that would be through like the horse trainer,
Okay.
the,
That's another accomplishment that I didn't really see. No, and you also have now a nonprofit that's going to be assisting with that endeavor. Do we have?
through the chair, yes, that has been established, and they will be doing some fundraisers. So
Okay.
we'll be calling on all of you. No.
I've
But,
already.
You were the first
one.
Through the chair,
Already-
you did. You were the first donation.
donated.
The very first donation came from
That's right.
Councilor Toomey. That's a fact.
Because it is a great,
And
really great
we
thing.
actually cut the cost in half from last year.
Okay.
From the
Based-
147,000 to this year was only 75,000.
based on the assumption of raising funds.
No, not
Oh,
yet. So
okay.
we'll be cutting into that 75,000 this year.
Okay.
Through the fundraising.
Okay. All right. I get it.
We just brought it down just through more knowledge and more experience on
Okay.
how to handle the barn, if you will.
And that's a great partnership too.
Yes, it's-
With all the agencies between the state police and the Worcester County Sheriff's Office, et cetera. It's really a win-win. The other thing I noticed that on our Academy page, we're down about 100,000 on OM. What is the reason for that?
Less through the chair, less candidates. Yes. Well, we're starting with the 10. If we go below the number, then I work with Mr. DeZellis in the city manager's office to bring it up to the level to keep it at our 374, or to maintain that 374. We're right there right now. We're pretty close, but through attrition and expected vacancies coming up in the next few months, we will be below that 374, and we will be certainly at least 10, probably more.
Okay, so do we need to put on a second class then?
Through the chair,
For the year?
no. I think this is the 10.
Okay.
We're looking right now at the attrition level being 10. That
Okay.
we would be down to 364 by the time the process begins. And if it's less, then it's less. If it's more, then we usually go back and discuss it and
Okay.
decide on the size of our class.
Mr.
Okay.
Manager?
Just maybe help understand. So the class is based on what we have for attrition and what we're anticipating for attrition
Right.
over the course of the 26 weeks of the academy, so that we try to get as close to that 374 number. So that's how we came up with a fairly large class this year. We're anticipating a less significant number class next year, but whatever that number is that we agree on is projected out. That's what we'll lock in for and fund for this upcoming fiscal year.
Okay, and I noticed that the auto maintenance has gone up a little bit. Do we have enough in that area for the increase in vehicles and all of that?
Through the chair, yes. The number of new vehicles for next year has increased, and we're working on that, a system where we eliminate the vehicles that are poor. We're still trying to keep them maintained, which is sometimes costs more money than is in the long run.
So being
than
penny wise and
purchasing.
pound
So
foolish?
through the city manager has last year increased our number and has maintained that number, so we can continue to put newer vehicles out on the street, and continue to. And then the second tier is still functional and very functional and less maintenance.
So fleet maintenance programs that are out there, have we looked at anything that could enable us? Suppose all of a sudden we've got a bunch of failures, right? Do we have a backup plan?
Through the chair, yes. We always look at best practices where
Okay.
we eliminate the cars that we feel would be unsafe, if you will, and then. But over the last couple of years, we've actually increased our budget, the budget to buy
Okay.
more new vehicles.
Okay.
Through the manager's office and
Okay.
accepted through the council.
Okay, because there's nothing worse than knowing you're going out in a car that has been ridden hard and not necessarily been taken care of. So it's a safety factor for
Absolutely.
our officers. So I know that you're on top of that. But, really, frankly, I know what my colleagues have have a couple more questions, I'm sure. But I truly believe that this is one of the departments that really does what they say, and you walk in the talk and talk in the walk. So I think you're doing a great job, and I've been very proud of you. So thank you.
Through the chair, thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Rivera. Followed by Councilor Bergman, followed by Councilor Russell.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, I just wanted to just highlight a couple things of this budget that we see here in your budget, which is really good. I think, several years ago, we had the DOJ, we had the race dialogues, and there was a lot of conversations with increasing our community support. Putting this full-time diversity office position really shows a level of commitment, not just talking the talk, but actually doing something. And so I really feel that that's important to highlight. And I think that it would be, we'd be remiss if we wouldn't kind of really mention that, because that was a big issue of contention. And when we had, and we still have a lot of issues systemically on some of the conversations of systemic racism, I'm really proud of this department that is actually, trying to get some work done to continue to decrease that gap. I think that also looking at the body cameras were really important. I also want to see that our community officers continue to stay very heavily engaged with community and building relationships. And I know that firsthand because I hear that. And so those are really things that I think are really, really important and reflective of what community has been asking and has been talking about. And when we're putting out the budget and people say, oh, this money we're spending, but it's about what people have been asking for. So I wanted to just highlight. And I just had one question. The Bigs in Blue, is that a grant, or is that, through the chair, is that a grant, or is that something that's just funded, or are the officers volunteering their time?
Through the chair, that's all volunteer.
That's really pretty awesome. Again, I think that's one of the things that I feel like, again, I always say this, we need to kind of toot our own horn a little bit better, because again, one of the things that, there's a lot of really great things, but if you have officers that are volunteering that are out there, and I see here that you've also been recognized, this is again part of what community has been asking for, to be able to bridge those relationships. And I'm really impressed that that's being, shown in this budget. So again, I think one of the questions I have again is to look at my criticism, which isn't a criticism, is how do we get this info out more, And so I know that for myself, I'm going to be talking about it more, and we could, I think for the diversity officer, I think there was some numbers in the report, and I'd love to be able to have a kind of a cheat sheet. So when we go to the neighborhood meetings to say, hey, by the way, we have 20 officers out on body cameras. We have, these officers that are volunteering. We have, because of the efforts of the chief diversity, we see that the class, I think the amount of people that took the exams, I don't know the exact number, but it was pretty high, the diversity in women. So I'd love to be able to kind of just look at seeing those numbers and maybe getting us some cheat sheets that we can get out. But I really want to make sure that the community, a lot of people talk about the taxes and paying for taxes, and I get it, and we definitely need to save. Everybody wants to save money, and I get it, but this part of when we look at this budget, this is again want to be able to say that it's reflective to what the community is asking for. So I just wanted to highlight that and say thank you.
Through the chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through the chair to the police chief, Chief Sergeant, I just had two questions, and I apologize because I probably could have asked you earlier these questions. But under problem bars overtime, it looks like there was approximately $227,000 approved for last year's budget. This is on page 7, I'm sorry, at the very top. And it looks like there's $301,000 more or less budgeted this time, which is a difference of about $80,000, or about one third more, a little less than one third more. So my question is, through the chair, if you could just kind of give us an idea of how that number rose so much, or is anticipated to be needed to rise so much.
Through the chair to the counselor, part of it is the increases in pays, would be the increase in pay, but also that is the number we've been using So we have been going over budget over the last couple of years for this program.
So this just recognizes, if I may, the reality of what you've really been spending every year for the first, as opposed to underestimating and
Through the chair, yes, sir.
Okay. And the other question I had is on the same page under veterinarians. It looks like there was $88,000 approved for last year and $126,000 this year. I'm assuming some of that reflects maybe some of the canine.
Through the chair to the counselor, it is an increase because of the we've increased our canines, but also we are dealing with the WAR, and we are trying to work with them, but sometimes they charge. We have a 10-day. Not to get into the whole logistics, but we have a 7-day euthanism, and the city pays for 7, and at times they don't want to euthanize, and they keep trying to they keep the dogs longer than they should, and the animals longer than they should, and they bill us for that. So we're looking at working. They have a new contract coming, so we're trying to work with that organization to alleviate some of the expenses.
All right, I appreciate those answers. I just added was a comment, not a question, and I've said this before, but it's an appropriate time to repeat it, I think, because we're dealing with the budget, and we have the police budget in front of us. The 374 officers that the chief spoke about, more or less, that reflects the high water mark, so to speak, of the number of officers we've had in Worcester. The comment I always like to make, because I think it's important to remember, is that came at a time when we didn't have a population close to 200,000, and we've never included our students when we include our populations. And I remember some time ago in Public Safety Subcommittee going through the numbers of other comparable cities, and we are definitely on the lower end of police versus resident ratio. And given the numbers that come out every year and how good crime is curtailed in the city of Worcester, I think it's always good to remember that we do more with less, and certainly I think it's appropriate to remember that at budget time. So thank you, Chief, for everything you and everybody in your staff and all the officers and administrative folks do, and I have no other questions.
You have another question?
Through the chair, thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Bergman. Councilor Russell.
Madam Chairman, I, too, am very happy with the department and the results that we've got received over the last year, 2 years, 3 years, and thereabouts. But the only question that one of the only questions that I have about operation, through you, Madam Chairman, to the chief, is do we have enough money in this budget should we have problems in the summer? I know we have the summer impact money, but is there enough of reserve in there should we run into a summer situation where we see bad times or more?
Yeah, through the chair to the council, yes, we have the summer impact is included, and that we will be starting that Memorial Day weekend, the week of Memorial Day, and we have it's funded right through to Labor Day, and that is an important part of our summer program. Enhances the the operations division, if you will, the quality of life issues that go on out there, the incidents that certainly would be a focus on Grafton Street as you've seen over the weekend, and we can alleviate certainly those extra officers will be out there to eliminate those problems.
Madam Chairman, through you to the chief, do you foresee foot patrols like we had in previous years, or do you see that as winding down compared to a couple of years ago?
Through the chair, for one, when the officers come out, they'll be graduating. I believe it's the last week of June, first week of July. They'll be graduating. We will be that part of their training will be foot beats, so they'll be in the neighborhoods, and also part of the summer impact is putting officers out on foot prior to going out in the cruises. So you will, yes. So to the answer to your question, yes, you will see foot beats during the summer.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, excuse me. I didn't realize that Mr. Chairman came back. Through you to the chief, but really to Mr. Zadelis, I would think might be more clearly directed, because this is a question that I've asked over the last couple of years about surplus equipment. When the chief was talking about some of the old cars, I'm sure some of the cars he has, he's probably taken fenders off of them and everything he could to give the other cars a little bit more life. But just surplus equipment in general, Mr. Zedelis, do we have a game plan, not only with the police department, but with all our various different departments for surplus, and how are we selling it? Have we looked into any of these online services that take it like other municipalities are?
Through the chair, the first thing I think we should do in terms of buying stuff is get microphones at work. But to your point, I was just I can't answer your online services, but I can say with no uncertain terms, in terms of a surplus disposal of equipment, in reviewing the purchasing agents' bids that are outstanding right now, I believe there is a surplus of, I want to say it was police vehicles that we are selling. So we do dispose of surplus of equipment through a competitive process, albeit it may not be an online process.
So is it just, through Mr. Chairman, is it just motor vehicles, or is it anything else? Like
Through the chair, I believe we've done equipment, we've done DPW, surplus, steel. So it's a wide variety of.
Right. Mr. Chairman, I would just ask just a general report maybe for our next session, just to deal with disposition of surplus equipment and products citywide, and how we can gain some more revenue from that.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick questions through the chair. On page 13, the security services there, looks like there's a little increase. Can we have an explanation for what the security services entail and the reasons for the increase?
Through the chair to the council, that's ShotSpotter. That is ShotSpotter. That was the increase from ShotSpotter.
Thank you. We were wondering where ShotSpotter was, so appreciate that. Again, want to reiterate what my colleague mentioned with regards to the community engagement. It's just so important that we continue to focus on our process here in the city as we make inroads, as we fight illegal activity and try to prevent other activities. So, it's very important that we've been able to cultivate volunteers who are taking time away from their families, taking their time away from being able to earn additional monies via details and what have you, and who are volunteering to make our city a better place and to partner up with young boys and young girls. So that's very much appreciated. The BDTA program, quick question on that. It says that the department has hired a case manager with expertise in substance abuse counseling to serve as a liaison between law enforcement and treatment centers. Just curious as to if that person is actually currently working and hired, and what is that position paid?
Chief.
Through the chair to the council, that's a program we have from the state. Actually, the governor's office gave us $100,000 for this program, and it was to hire two social workers. But what we decided, we partnered with the old doctor's hospital, AdCare. It's with AdCare, so we partner with AdCare, and they'll send the social workers when we need them. So if we're doing a buyer or a buy bust or whatever we use for the to get these people into services, then we call them, and then we pay them through the grant to assist us in that process.
So it's fair to say it's sort of a per diem situation?
That's the way we use the money with the district attorney's office. We work with the district attorney's office, with Joe's office, on the diversion side. So we teamed up, and we found it more bang for the buck, if you will, if we just do it per diem, as you said. Yes.
Thank you. If we can get a report back on some data as it relates to that position, I think it's a great partnership with the DA's office and working to connect folks with services and treatment centers. Again, the body camera pilot, as was previously mentioned, I think is very happy to hear that's moving forward. Just wondering, do we have any anticipation of what the budgetary necessities will be in regards to that? I know it's a 6-month, looks like a 6-month pilot period, and I don't know if that started a month ago or so, but where are we at as far as that goes, and has there been any preliminary work in trying to project a budgetary impact through the chair?
Through the chair to the counselor, they actually paid for the whole pilot program. The company paid for the whole pilot program. So it's his first week, so it would be difficult for the company to even give us any estimates whatsoever what it's going to cost. I think it's going to take the full 6 months before they could actually give us an estimate of what the price is going to be on this.
And through the chair, I know that we at least it was my understanding, so if you could clarify whether or not this is accurate or not, but it's my understanding that we were also looking at other municipalities and, in preparation for the pilot. Do you have an idea of the fiscal impact that that's had on those other municipalities who have incorporated the body pilot program? And if not, I'd ask that we make a motion to look into that.
Through the chair to the council, we were actually waiting on Boston, and they just agreed to starting their program fully. So they're going to be up soon. I don't know how soon. I know that they agreed with the union, so they're ready to go. We're going to look at what it's costing for them. We reached out to Springfield. We're waiting on a response on what the fiscal outlook is for the whole program, for the full program, or at least what they expect it's going to cost per camera, per person. And once again, maybe even 3 months in, we can speak to the company to see if they can give us an idea of what the total cost is going to be. Right now, like I said, we're only a week in, and we are waiting on other municipalities who we thought, I think a lot of people just assumed Boston had this in full force, but they just started. They just agreed to it. So I don't actually know when they're going to roll it out. But we have good partners out there and good relationships. So they'll certainly give us a probable number if possible.
Thank you. If we could get a report back on that, certainly appreciate the forward thinking of yourself and the administration. As far as reaching out and looking at those other municipalities and the fiscal impact, I think it would be helpful for this body moving forward. Also, just an explanation, there's a public school intergovernmental charge of $120,000. Just wondering what that's from.
Chief.
Through the chair to the council, that is what the we have for our SROs. That's the school department reimburses us for the school resource officers, for our 7 school resource officers.
So that money through the chair is divided by 7?
Through the chair to the council, that amount's a fixed amount that's been negotiated between the cities and the schools going back many years. So it's not divided by 7. It's a fixed amount that they've appropriated down to the city.
So through the chair, I'm just wondering, is there somewhere else where it indicates the total amount that's paid out? Is that from a different part of the budget, or is that out of the police budget for the school resource officers?
It's assumed within the police department budget for school resource officers, net of the 120, which is provided by the Worcester Public Schools.
Through the chair to Mr. Zadelis, what's the total amount that we're paying out as a city for the resource officers?
They can come up with the exact number, but when we decided to add police officers to all of the comprehensive high schools, as well as several officers who are roaming between the middle schools and the smaller schools, the city is paying the cost of those police officers. So the previous arrangement was that 120, and then we added the additional support that the city is paying for in the police department budget.
Through the chair to Mr. Zedelis, and what's the total amount that we're paying out for the 7 resource officers?
Through the chair to the council, can we get you an exact report with the specific?
Absolutely. If you can give me an estimation, it'd be appreciated as well.
It's approximately 600,000. Through the chair to the council, it's approximately 600,000.
Thank you. I would definitely like a report back on that.
Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Thank you. If you just bear with me for 1 second here. Just with regards to the police substation, I know we have one. I know that it's my understanding that these are to be mini police stations in a sense where officers can be quickly deployed. I'm not sure if here, but in other municipalities there's temporary holding cells. I know we're right down the street from Worcester PD. So I don't know if that's part. I haven't been in the substation. Just trying to get an update on that substation and the use of it.
Through the chair to the councilor, we are in the process of trying to make a move in there. There's some logistical issues regarding building out the area that we were assigned. So we're looking maybe to find another space in the interim. We're working with the management from the city, but also the management over at Union Station to find a place to build out so we can bring the neighborhood response team over there. So it is in the process. They do spend a lot of time over there, but we really would like to get over there as soon as we can and build it out. And it does a couple of things. It relieves some. It relieves the parking lot. It gives us 7 or 8 open spots over in our own place, which is always an issue. But also the officers would be working right out of Union Station. They do their roll call there. So, we don't need a big spot. We do need we just a place, as we say, to hang our hats, and then they can go out and do their foot beats and do their response, if you will. So we are working on that, working with, all our partners to try to get that going. So it certainly would be beneficial. There are some logistical issues that we're trying to take care of.
Thank you for your candor. We'd just like to get a report in that process. We're very interested to stay abreast of that as a council and as a councilor. It would be definitely helpful. I think that, I've always been someone that's been supportive of police substations. Would love to see the NRT in there actively and doing their work. Through the chair, so just really quickly, what is it used for currently, the substation?
Chief?
Through the chair to the council, just that, to do reports. They can do reports. They spend some time in there, but most of the time they're outside the office or the area that we're using, so they don't spend a lot of time inside. They spend most of their time, whether it be in the lobby. We have the fixed posts that spend time up on the deck when the trains come in, and so we have a program in place to put those offices, once the trains come in, they spend a lot of time down in the lobby, down in the bathrooms, where there's been issues in the past, whether it be graffiti or the heroin overdoses that we've seen and which have been minimized. I think we only had 8 for the whole year this year right inside. One is too many, but 8 is a low number for 2 Washington Square itself. It was really prevalent at one time. So, the officers spend most of their time outside the office, but there is, there is a need for an area to do reports and to spend some time in there for roll call and things like that.
And do we have a time frame of when that build-out would happen, and what's the fiscal impact is?
Through the chair to the councilor, we don't have an accurate time. We, like I said, we're working with everybody to try to find, the sooner the better, but, like I said, we want to make sure it's done right.
Mrs. Delos?
Through the chair to the councilor, the general contractor's bids are currently on the street, coming back within a month, and we anticipate, and I don't know if the chief's been briefed, we anticipate that the full build-out of that substation will occur and be completed by this fall.
Mr. Manager? It might work, so.
Some of these changes are part of the overall preparation of the station for the building of the center platform. It's going to add a tunnel that comes into the building where the current former security office was. The police use that, and another space around the corner. But ultimately, there'll be a tunnel that comes in there that will allow access to the center platform. Center platform is a critical investment that the MBTA is making because it'll allow for more express trains from Worcester to Boston. We only have one in the morning, one in the afternoon. We really see that as a critical opportunity to attract more people who, want to live in Worcester, have all the amenities that Worcester has, but can't afford to live in the Boston area with that reliable express train service that the center platform provides is really going to allow us to attract more people here to Worcester. And that's why kind of getting the station to have the reputation of being safe and friendly for people to use is an important complementary preparation for that center platform and what we anticipate to be a lot more users of the station.
Thank you. I really look forward to the substation to be up and running. It's good to hear about some of the planning going on. Just through the chair, the last thing to Chief Sergeant is, I take an issue with some of the increases in our funding for the officers stationed at Union Station, and had some questions last year. And just as a follow-up, just for confirmation, my understanding was that once the academy had ended at that time last year, this time when we were talking, so in the fall or what have you, that by this fall perhaps there would be more officers and there would be actually a group of officers assigned to that area. Is that a misunderstanding, or is that something coming down the pike?
Chief?
Through the chair to the council, no, that's not a misunderstanding. The plan is, talking to Deputy Saucier, that we would cover 16 hours from 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. We would cover that, and then the 11 to 7 shift would still be detail.
Thank you. And just as a motion, just like a report back on, how much monies that would save, for paying the officers the regular rate versus the premium overtime. And really appreciate the work that you do. I think we as a council have been really conscious of making sure that you guys have the necessary equipment that you need. And as I stated last time we talked about the numbers, I've really been focused on the process, the leadership, and the continued engagement with our community, because as the economy goes and as, one day when those numbers are having an uptick, we'll continue to focus on the process. That's what I encourage you to do, Chief Sergeant, as you are, and very much appreciate your service. Thank you.
Councilmember Collins?
Chair, thank you.
Yes, I'll be pretty brief. Through the chair to the chief. So a couple of things. ShotSpotter, could you tell me how much of the city is covered with ShotSpotter currently, and do we have plans of doing more?
Through the chair to the councilor, we have 3 miles from on the east side of the city and 3 miles on the west side of the city. And actually, Deputy Saucier was meeting with the people from Spot Shotter today to try to talk about enhancing our program and to actually add. They want to use us as a pilot program for one of their programs for a national thing that this program that they're putting out. So they've been discussing that. So yes. So to your question, yes, we do want to increase, but we also, to increase the possibilities of the equipment that we already have.
That would be great, because I know there are some areas that I represent that certainly could use a little bit more coverage. And just to follow up, I know that Councilor Toomey talked about this, the ATVs and the motorbikes. And I know last year and the year before you did a terrific job once they hit the streets. Just want to say that, and I'm sure you're well aware, is they've hit the streets in the Lincoln Burncoat Street area pretty heavily over the last weekend. And lastly, just want to say I'm okay with that vet bill going up. I'm all for the no-kill shelters, so that works for me. And in closing, just want to say how much I appreciate, and I think I've said this before, of how much the men and women in Worcester do for our city, and you guys are terrific with the community as a whole, and for our neighborhoods as a district councilor, it really means a lot. So just want to say thank you for what you do.
Through the chair, thank you.
Okay, Councilor Rosen, followed by Councilor Lukes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the chief, during the next fiscal year, we probably will have 15 pot shops open in Worcester. And I assume that's going to have some major effect on police enforcement in the city of Worcester, and your job, certainly. And it's a product that obviously for decades was illegal, used but illegal, and it's a product whose basic use is to get high. So people who are using it, they're using it to get high. So this creates a societal problem. I'm not saying I'm against it. I'm just talking about there are problems associated with it, and especially in driving. So I'm sure you've talked about this, the police force. How do you see the next year going fiscal year with these 15 pot shops? I mean, is it going to increase the issues and challenges you face with people driving, people who are high, just in regular police work when you're down in the Canal District at 1 or 2 a.m. on a Saturday night? I mean, how does it all affect your work?
Through the chair to the council, we hope that they don't smoke and drive, but the reality is it's going to happen. But
there's no test, is there?
Well, we only have 3 officers that are trained in the observations that need to be taken. So that's the plan, is to get as many officers, get more officers trained. We're going to have to, send. Once again, it's a difficult process. There's so many hours they can do in Massachusetts, but then there's a place, I believe it's Arizona. I know it's a good distance away where you can actually, the only place you can actually get the full certification that you would need. So we're hoping that that the state trains the trainers, if you will, so we can send all our officers right here in Massachusetts for the whole process. But right now it's a difficult process.
Through the chair, Chief, you do expect more challenges and problems as far as police work and your personnel, because we've got so many people purchasing it to get high. That's the purpose.
Well, through the chair to the councilor, I think the administration and from the city manager's office, the personnel from the city manager's office, and our captain, Mike McCann, have been working closely with licensing and the businesses themselves. And they opened up over the weekend for a full, it was not prescription only, but appointment only up until the weekend, and we didn't see any issues at all. And I think that's because of the plan that was put in place prior, through, like I said, through Captain McCannon, who works out of our Detective Bureau, who was active in the process, and Jacob from the city manager's office, who was very active in the process. They did a tremendous job, and I think it made a difference. We really had zero issues. Not to say that we won't. I mean, that's probably the worst location when it's going to be that I've seen for traffic, would be for traffic and for parking, and we didn't have any issues. They put a nice plan in place, and it worked.
Right. Through the chair, no issues because it was by appointment only, too.
No. I'm through the chair. I'm sorry. It was prior to this weekend. It was appointment only. So this weekend people could just walk in over the weekend through starting, I think it was Saturday or Friday, whatever it was. But I know there's been a few days that it's been open for business, and we didn't see any issues at all.
Okay. Through the chair to the chief, Narcan, about how many times would it be used, say, in a year in the city of Worcester? Is that very costly to the city, just purchasing Narcan?
Through the chair, we have a grant. The grant pays for the Narcan.
100%?
But also, but it is, we have approximately 100 per year that saves, 100 saves. So 40,000 a year through the chair. 40,000 a year.
40,000 through grant money too. So
grant.
The city doesn't. That's not costly to the city.
Through the chair, we share that with fire though. So there is some cost, but it is.
Okay.
It's used daily, or every other day. It's used quite a bit. I mean, it saves lives.
I want to go to through the chair to the chief. Recently, we've got the stats on the traffic tickets and enforcement. And obviously during the past many months, many more tickets were issued for violations, speeding, violating stop signs, red lights. You have different issues. And I think all of us knew over the years that traffic safety was an issue and a challenge to the police. And now you've got a unit that's really working on that. And that certainly is very good. Is it too early to tell if that's made any effect on our drivers, on folks who maybe on a regular basis have been going through stop signs, red lights, not, watching for crosswalks, because I see it all the time when I'm sign holding. Sometimes crosswalks mean nothing, unfortunately. And, I do hope that some of the folks who go, don't abide by the crosswalk rules, do get eventually caught and get a ticket. But has there been any change? Do we think drivers are getting a little better in the city or not? We have a long way to go.
Through the chair, it is all about compliance, and we're attacking it from all different angles. We have our speed monitors, I think, are very successful. In the budget, we're buying 4 more for each sector of the city, so we can have them in all 4 corners of the city on every day, use them daily, except in the wintertime we try to pull them off. But they're very successful. You see people slowing down. It gives us an average. The new speed monitors, it'll give us an average speed, how many cars went through. And what we're finding, and this is the big part of what the traffic division has been doing, they're investigating and putting plans together as opposed, tickets are tickets, people will get them, they'll slow down for a while. But if we can what we're seeing is that it's more volume than it is speeders. We get the complaints, but a lot of it is volume. The trucks flying up Hurd Street. We found that.
I'm glad you mentioned Hurd Street. I was just thinking of that.
It's one of our big complaints. So we've spent a lot of time up there. We did give some tickets out, but with the monitors, it gives us an idea of what the real problem is. And the real problem is volume at times. Could be, so we work with all our partners in the city to put a plan together for each area, whether it could be lighting, could be the crosswalk lights that they have, like we have at Foley Stadium, which actually worked very well that day. There was someone stopped on each side when that poor little girl got hit by the car, but the first cars on each side were compliant, and the person who hit the person we're assuming was texting and we're not paying attention and rear-ended the vehicle at the crosswalk. So compliance is taking place, and because of those structural changes and working with our other partners in city government, whether it be, we've been talking a lot about, the city manager and I, about all our schools in the city. So we're putting a plan together for each individual school, because it's parking, it's traffic, it's all these different issues that come up, and they're all legitimate issues. So it's going to take some time, but we're going to go individually through each school with our traffic division, and figure out and put a plan together for each school, whether it's a 7 to 9, you can't take turns, whatever it may be, a structural change, even build out at some of the schools for a drop-off area. That seems to be a big issue in a lot of the schools. So that's the plan over the next couple of years through our traffic division, to put a plan together to alleviate the issues that we're seeing at probably 90% of our schools.
Through the chair, you mentioned the Athole Stadium, the athletic field there. You mentioned the 2 flashing lights. Those are kicked off by someone pushing the button, I assume, when they cross.
Yes, but there's also a light, so you can. It is also visible. So if the drivers are coming up, it gives them an alert that they are coming up on a.
Because we have, through the chair, we have 2 of those flashing crosswalk lights at WPI around West Street, and they flash 24/7. I think it's so dangerous because a lot of people assume, I know they're always flashing. Everyone knows that on Salisbury Street. So probably no one's crossing. That, to me, is very dangerous. And evidently WPI installed them. They own them. And surprisingly, since it's WPI, I'm surprised that they would do that. I just think it's a danger. Mentioned to the manager, too, a danger at those. And they should be either replaced or repaired so someone pushes the button, then they flash when someone's crossing. Because I can see people ignoring them because 24/7 they're flashing. So you assume probably no one's crossing.
Through the chair to the council, those are the things we would look at. The traffic division would spend some time there. They would look at the process to see if it's feasible, if it's dangerous, and we would go to WPI or certainly to our partners at DPW if it was city owned to change that.
Good. Through the chair, the last question. As I go around the city, all of us we see potholes throughout the year, especially certainly this season. We see crosswalks that are faded. Mm-hmm. We see signs that are down or whatever. So there's many things we all see. And I always thought that the police department, hundreds out there in cars, they see a lot more than I do. So is it part of their job, their responsibility to report all those things? Because I see them, and sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. I think we're all like that. But with folks out in those cars all the time, I would hope that maybe if it's the 929-1300 number, is it something that they do on a regular basis because they're out there?
Through the chair to the council, yes. They they all take pride in their areas. They're in that area for an 8-hour shift, so if they see the potholes, they certainly call them in and via the radio, working with DPW. Also, as far as the crosswalks, our traffic division has called in to DPW numerous times to repaint the crosswalks, and that is something that's so important. And they come right out, and that partnership is there, and they take care of that. And that can be an issue as far as visibility with the crosswalks. So we are making sure we've taken a real strong effort with our city partners to make sure that they are painted properly, the lighting's working. If a light is out, if there's an electrical, you hear it on the radio daily. If one of the cross lights are out or our traffic lights are out, the officers get right on the air immediately and report it.
That's good, Chief. On behalf of a very grateful city, thank you to you and your command staff and all the officers, the men and women of the WPD. As we all know, we say almost every week in this chamber that they do a great job. They're well-educated, well-trained, compassionate and caring. So the public recognizes that, and just kudos to the great job that you all do.
Through the chair, thank you. They do a tremendous job.
Thanks, Chief. Councilor Lukes, followed by.
I'll pick up where Councilor Rosen just ended on the traffic. Are you familiar with adaptive traffic signals? No. Okay.
Through the chair,
It's
no.
all right. So I just filed an item on it. where traffic signals through technological means adapt to the traffic on the street rather than a fixed timing system. So if there's a lot of traffic going in one direction, the lights will be adjusted to deal with that. And I'm told it's not an expensive process, but
We have something similar.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
We do have in some locations, so even in the TACNAC area, it can identify a volume or a queue and keep the green light open longer to prevent backups at street intersections. So we do have that, not ubiquitous around the city, but we do have it in some locations.
How long has that been in existence? Have you been able to evaluate the effectiveness?
Yeah, I think it's something we should talk to the DPW about when they come in, but I know it's been in place for 4 or 5 years in the Tatnick area.
Through
Still
the
get
chair,
complaints about the Tatnick area, so I'm not sure it's working that
through
well.
the chair to the council, we work with the traffic engineers. We speak with the traffic engineers regularly on the different lights, especially like Park Ave, when it can get at certain times it can back up, and then one light will turn into green light will turn into a red light, so there's no movement. So they've been doing a very, very, very good job of trying to assimilate all the traffic lights in those busy areas, so they do run together. I think the bigger issue is if one light is green on Chandler Street and then the May Street light is red, then we're still at gridlock. So they've been doing a really, working
So
with
you really need a
traffic
network
division.
of these things to collaborate with each other.
I didn't know what it was called, but I am familiar with with that technology, and I think other communities do use it. I think New York, obviously, they have some kind of system in place that in Manhattan, anyways, because of the different
Well, more
cross.
Massachusetts cities and towns are now trying to plug into that process.
We're always looking for best practices. We'll definitely look at it and certainly speak with the traffic engineers and
To change the subject, do your officers carry Narcan?
Do our offices?
Yeah.
Yes.
How many of them?
All of them.
They all carry Narcan?
Yes.
Do you have any statistics of how often there's an overdose in a public building?
We definitely have those numbers. I can get you the numbers from it.
I'm curious, have they increased over the last 2 or 3 years?
Yes. Not public buildings. Public buildings, the numbers have gone down because with City Hall.
How about the hospitals? Have they increased? I know there are people that
we don't
wander
get information
in.
from the hospitals because it's HIPAA violations, because of HIPAA, but usually they're not at the hospital. They're brought to the hospital.
Unfortunately, I had spent a lot of time in a hospital in the city, and I talked to staff. They have found people in patients' restrooms overdosed. There are people that wander the halls with illegal drugs, either looking to use them for themselves or others, and they seem to sell them or exchange them in the parking lot. So, it's rampant in some areas of the city, and they may not be reporting them out of professional embarrassment or whatever.
Through the chair, the hospitals have not come up as our problem properties, and that's how we usually determine. Then we count the numbers of ODs, if you will, if we can. Once again, if they're already at the hospital, we can't get that number. So if they're already at if the ambulance had taken them to the hospital after even a Narcan usage deployment, if you will, we would not get those numbers from the hospital because of HIPAA.
Do you know what the recidivism rate is when your own officers have to use Narcan? Can you give it to somebody at 8 o'clock in the morning and 8 o'clock at night they're back again, you have to give them another dose?
Through the chair, yes, that has happened. We've had 3 in a day.
3 in a day.
Same person.
And worth saving, I'm sure. When I looked at this budget and saw
Through
your
the chair,
salary,
yes.
I'm sorry, I saw your salary and there was a stipend. This is on page 6 of $14,300. Then I turned over to page 8 and there's another stipend. Are you getting 2 stipends?
Through the chair. I think I deserve the second stipend, but we'll be talking about that.
I'm just wondering, why is it in there twice?
Through the chair. Oh, the first one is the whole department, and then it's broken down by division and by personnel.
Because it's the same amount of money, and it says chief after it both times.
Well, maybe let's accept this before let's accept this budget.
Don't run out and spend
Let me quell this one pretty quickly.
Okay.
So as the chief tried to say, the front section of the police department budget is the department in totality. And then the subsequent sections, we break it out by administration, so it's that line item appears in the departmental, but then also the administration. So there is no way the good chief is going to get two stipends out of it.
Just enter twice, but not given twice.
Through the chair, it's depicted twice in the budget.
Okay, I assume that's part of your contract, chief. I haven't read your contract now in
Through the
years.
through the contract. No, through the chair to the counselor. Yes, that's in my contract.
Through you to the manager, if we could have stipends also listed in the salaries that are going to be provided to us of the new slots, so we understand where stipends are given, and that's added to the salary. It's not included in the 200,000 figure, right?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Okay.
Just
Go ahead.
for one area of transparency, when we publish the top 250, the full amount is there. So as you get the rankings and the number, that number reflects the all-in, whether it's a stipend or anything else. So that's published, annually, put on various media websites, and given to the council annually.
Okay, thank you. We discussed the cost of the Narcan. Now, the cost of government is more than is listed in the budget. Do you have a number of what your total grants and non-tax levy monies are?
Through the chair to the council. We don't have a total. We have it broken down on page.
No, that's not in there.
Right.
I went by grant and said that this is what.
Is it in the, because
For the
on
burn.
page 6 I saw funding sources, but it was only 3 funding sources, and it didn't.
Sure. Through the chair, we can do a report on all our grants.
Okay, all right.
Give you a total.
All right, and the last question, overtime. It appeared to me going through this budget, not just your department, that the overtime has increased in each department. And we used to have this argument years ago, whether overtime is the appropriate way to fund services or whether we should provide those services with new people. Because if you had new positions, then you obviously have to pay health insurance, the pension, et cetera. Now, when we're talking about those additional overtime, how do we calculate overtime? How's the rate set?
Well, through the chair to the counselor, police work is unpredictable, so that's all the, we have increased the complement. We're back to that, and that should alleviate some of the overtime. But with detective work, and like I said, it's unpredictable. So we just to put a number to it, it's a fair number. What we expect, but at times things come up that are, like I said, unpredictable. And
So you're taking an educated guess.
Yes, yeah, we try to average it out and make sense of what the number would be, and working with Tom and of past what it's cost in the past and what the raises are going to be. We try to come up with an educated number. At times, we try to keep it below that number, but it's like I say, police work is unpredictable, and at times we have to, it takes. Unfortunately, it can take big chunks at a time, as opposed to being nickeled and dimed, as we would call it. We're not nickel and diming that overtime. That is, it all went to a, either an investigation. It could have been, numerous things. Not to get too deep into.
I may have missed it, but where's the revenue in here from your off-duty police officers? We get an administrative fee.
Through the chair to the counselor, that's in the front section, once again, under local receipts. So we do factor that into the budget
Do you
on
have any
the
idea
revenue side.
how much that money was this current year or last year? And is it fairly predictable? Although I think at every street corner in this city, there's several police officers trying to direct traffic.
Through the chair to the councilor, for FY18, it was almost 600,000. Year to date, it's 475 for this fiscal year. And depending on the job, if they're working, to answer your specific question, if it's a job which is paid for by the municipality of the state, it's exempt from the 10% surcharge.
All right, but you're saying last year was 600,000?
Through the chair to the councilor, that's correct.
It's far in excess of what I would have guessed. How do you explain that?
Through the chair, that's how many hours our officers put in.
As a result of what, construction or private?
It could be private jobs. It could be a liquor establishment. It could be the DCU center. It could be all events that we have around the city. Traffic, the traffic posts that you see. But there's a lot of other jobs that details, if you will, that are out there.
Okay, well, thank you, Chief, and I'll be waiting to get that report on the grant numbers because I am sure that we fund many more services than appear in this budget, all necessary.
Through the chair, yes.
And we appreciate those services. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager?
Just, I want to make sure the council is aware, we're talking about the Narcan reversals. The police department have CIT officers, recovery coaches that go out and follow up with folks who have overdosed and try to engage them and get them into services. So it's not just do the reversal and then we're done with you. There is a whole follow-up effort. We often refer them to the Hub Corps to try to get them into the services. So we really try to be proactive and not have the repeat. But sometimes it's when people are ready. The other thing I just remind the council, we are part of a lawsuit against the pharmaceutical manufacturers for the consequences, and some of which we're talking about here, of the opioid epidemic and the cost that municipalities and states and others are bearing because of the consequences. And, you know, if we're part of a settlement or an award, hopefully some of these costs will ultimately be recovered.
All right. It is clear that in the past 30 years, the role of the police department and police officers has changed significantly. It's much more sophisticated. You're everything from role models to social workers, sometimes clerics, coaches, etc. So it's a role that it will constantly change, and I think that requires us to understand that being a police officer is not an easy job.
Thank you.
Through
We
the
have
chair, thank you.
Councilor Rose.
Through the chair to the chief. I don't need a report on anything, Chief. I was just looking for an update on what we're doing as it relates to trauma, vicarious trauma, PTSD, and so on for the officers. We've, had a little bit of conversation here about Narcan, the impacts of that. Our police officers see so much, they experience so much, they have to deal with so much. Just curious if you give us a little bit of an update on what we're doing. The O2X program has been incredibly successful for the Worcester Fire Department, and just looking for some insight into what's going on with our officers. Thank you.
Through the chair to the council, we actually just put a program in place over the last couple of months where the commanders review what the officers had done during their shift, and if it is related to trauma, I mean, we could probably, there's probably nightly something would go on, or daily something would go on that would be considered trauma, but something that's really atrocious, something that's that really can affect the officers. So we have a mandatory debrief. So our stress officer, if you will, John Mahan, puts it together. They sit down, they discuss it, they talk it over, and if more services are needed, then the professionals, the psychologist, so he was also in on the the conversation, we'll take them aside or take the person aside and see if they want some, if they need more services.
Thank you. Through the chair, what we know about it is that debriefs are critically important for addressing these potential trauma symptoms that occur from these things. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. Appreciate all you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor King?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just really quickly, one of the things I forgot to mention was the bike patrols through the chair. Just hope that as we move forward, would encourage the department to access those new recruits in that way as well, because I know in addition to the horses and what have you, that's been very popular in terms of public safety and community engagement. And just lastly, through the chair, just in terms of procedure, if there was something that I wanted to come back to in this area after we're done, are we able to do that before we vote on the entire thing?
Right. So we'll vote the budget tonight, but we don't. The budget's not finalized, and we'll vote the budget together. So you have up until we close the budget to ask any questions you want.
Okay, because this is one thing I want to come back to, depending on the funding that the school department will be getting. So I need to clarify that. Thank you.
Okay. Councilman Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are going to be having a subcommittee meeting on all of the work that's being done by the police department with also the community partner on the addiction issues in our community. So that's going to be a very comprehensive report coming up. So for my colleagues and the public. And secondly, I'd like to make a motion, if no one has any other questions, to move approval of this budget.
Okay. When you're ready, the mayor hasn't asked any questions. Maybe I'll ask some questions. But anyways, Chief, I know it's been brought up a little bit, but the Summer Impact Division when does that start? When does that end?
To the chair.
Yeah.
That will be Memorial Day to Labor Day weekend.
Okay. That's one of the... Well, I was a few years ago. I said that's one of your better programs, but you have so many good programs going on now. It's hard to compare them all. So all the questions have been asked, and I know that you've been doing a good job, and the reaction of the community is very good, and the statistics prove it out. So keep up the good work. Motion to approve.
Thank you, sir.
All those in favor, opposed, so awarded. Okay, we'll do Fire Department next. That's 111-2, page 16. Councilor Toomey?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just very, very briefly, as Chair of Public Safety, I did want to state that I'm very impressed with the year that the Worcester Fire Department has gone through. First of all, in the wake of tragedy, they have continued to do what they do best and hold it together and expand and find ways to learn from it and continue to make it better and safer for our firefighters. And I want to thank the chief and his staff for all that they have done over this past year. I think that the safety measures that have been heralded as part of this department, first is the turnout gear, making sure the equipment that they're wearing every day is clean and all of that, and that they have a contaminant-free set of gear to wear while the first one's being decontaminated is important. That the O2X workshops that we've been talking about, working in collaboration with the police department, are highly successful. I believe 94 members have participated. Are we going to be able to support that moving forward for other firefighters in our recruit class through the chair?
Chief?
Through the chair, yes. We actually plan on doing another class in September.
Okay. And that's in addition to the one that you have. So,
Actually, the recruits that we have in class now, they're going to do the summer
Oh, all right.
on the trucks, and then they're going to go through the O2X
Okay.
course.
okay. All right. And then working with the Worcester Hub program with the acute risk behaviors is really critical. And as your first responders, through you, Mr. Chair, with the opioid abuse and homelessness, the Knock and Talk program, and AIDS Project Worcester, and also what I think is incredibly important. We didn't even mention it for the police department, but you're working to develop an active shooter working group with EMS and emergency management services to create policies and guidelines for everybody in the public safety realm. So that's great because that active shooter program that they have is phenomenal. And then the other thing that you've done an incredible job with and received all sorts of kudos for is your continued education programs and fire safety, and also making sure that the working structure fire is formally one alarm responses have been upgraded to 2, increasing manpower and command structure, which makes it safer for all of our firefighters on the job, and we certainly appreciate that. I did not see anything that I had a question on in terms of budgetary items, other than I know there's an increase in maintenance, repair equipment, and repair vehicles. In general, an increase of almost 100,000 in maintenance costs, but that I would think is all part of this program. And in addition to that, the maintenance and upkeep of the buildings as well, because the safety of our firefighters' living environments need to be upgraded as well. Is that correct?
Through the chair, that's correct.
I don't have any other questions, Mr. Chair. And if no one else does, I would move approval.
Okay.
Oh, I guess.
Council Toomey's done, so Chief, you're all set. You can go now. So. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick comment and a thank you for your service. Just wanted to say in regards to making sure that the, as it's worded here, the health and well-being of our firefighters have been paramount to all of us. And I just wanted to give kudos to the leadership in the fire department. I know I had to reach out on other issues to kind of through another state agency to figure out kind of what was being done, and being able to listen and hear that the leadership from the chief, the deputy chief, were able to access mental health services in response to the things that the department has been through goes a long way to reduce stigma. And I think the fact that the men and women are accessing that is a reflection of your leadership, and they've been able to do it without stigma is just so important. So thank you again.
Through the chair, thank you, Councilor.
Okay, we all set then? Oh, I'm sorry, Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, just not to be repetitive, but actually that was one of the things that I really felt was really important in seeing the mindfulness of health and well-being of your firefighters. Not just, I think that we often don't think about that we think of our taking care of our bodies, but our brain is part of that as well. And so I really feel like that was really important. I also want to highlight that you all in the fire department, I didn't see it highlighted here, but to my understanding, you also have a chief diversity officer. We have someone working in your department to diversify as well.
Through the chair, that's correct. Lieutenant Will Mosley, and we gave him a budget. So he has his own overtime budget. He's fantastic.
Yes, I hear really, really great things. And again, just to be able to say that, again, this budget highlights when we are able to go and justify these things in the community, really justifies in the work that you're doing to engage, to recruit women and other diverse communities is great. And I've heard really great things about that officer. And also your community effort, being able to reach out to community and doing some of the safety things with the community that you all are doing is great. I would say the same thing. I would say the same thing I said with the police, that I think often we have this idea of what you all do, and I don't think there really is a full picture. And it is until you read some of this, you're like, wow, that's pretty amazing. So I think it'd be great to, again, looking at creating some sort of cheat sheets or doing something to be able to highlight some of the great work, because some of these major accomplishments that you're looking at in 2019 and some of the new and continued initiatives are definitely worth highlighting and getting out there. Thank you all for everything you do.
Councilor Wally?
Position in the line item. Could you talk a little bit about what is being analyzed and how that's made the department more efficient over time?
Chief?
Want to speak to that, please?
Chief Dyer?
Through the chair to the counselor, the position is both kind of tech support and data analytics. So they go through all of our reports. They do all the monthly submissions of all our incident reports, providing statistics to the administration that's needed, and then provides quite a bit of support to the line companies with their technology needs. We're doing a lot right now with trying to enhance our on-scene capabilities and the information that is on scene. So that position works closely with our vendors on developing that program and enhancing the programs that we have with that.
All set. Councilor Lukes?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was wondering if, Chief, could you tell us what percentage of your calls are fire suppression versus medical responses?
I can't give you an exact figure here, but somewhere in the 70s, 70%.
70% for patient care?
65 to 70%, somewhere in that area.
And do your officers, do your firefighters carry Narcan?
Yes.
How many times have you documented the use of Narcan?
The statistics that we keep, we go on substance use related calls 700 to 800 times a year. We average probably 2 to 3 a day. And the Narcan use, I'd say, is somewhere between 50 and 75% of those calls. They have to administer Narcan. So it's extensive.
Sort of frightening statistics.
It is. So
do you have any recommendations as to how you can be more efficient in responding to those kinds of calls?
Through the chair, there's really no way we can be more efficient responding to those calls, but we can do more to help try and alleviate the problem, which is one of the things in here is the Knock and Talk program, which we're calling the POST program, Post-Overdose Support Team. It's going to be similar to the CIT with the police. We're going to be working with HubCorps and everyone else. So the fire department is going to start getting involved in the opiate and substance use problem.
In what way?
Trying to get the people into recovery, trying to show them that there's ways out of this.
Okay, so you find yourself also becoming social workers.
Unfortunately, we have to. We go out and we react to the problems. We give them the Narcan. We pass them off to the EMS, and it doesn't do any good for our mental health. So if we can do a little more to help, I think it would be good for us, too.
No, we didn't ask this to the police department. Oh, I'm sorry.
Just to amplify on what the chief was mentioned, invite the council. The Hub Corps program, I had a chance to sit in there a couple of weeks ago, and there was actually a case that was presented by the fire department. And it was a person who had a number of issues, and the fire department had to respond several dozen times over the last couple of months to that one particular incident. So as opposed to just keeping doing the same thing, we have a mechanism with the Hub Corps that the fire department could present that case, and there were folks from all of the appropriate agencies around the table, police, fire, other city departments, and they referred that case to a lead agency that was reaching out, providing some mental health services, etc., to try to eliminate the need to constantly respond to the same problem and just spin our wheels. So I think that's an example of how we're trying to be more efficient in the use instead of just keeping responding, which they'll always respond. But how do we reduce the need to respond by getting people the appropriate help? So I'd urge, we can coordinate with the council. If you want to sit in on one of these sessions, I found it very eye-opening and very kind of heartening that it was everybody figuring out how do we get people the help that they need and how to be more efficient in how we respond to some of these situations.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. We have been talking about dealing with the public in terms of these kinds of problems. Do we have in-house problems? I didn't ask the police department, but some time ago, about 10, 15 years ago, we did have in-house drug counselor who helped our own employees overcome these problems.
We have what we call a crisis intervention team made up of firefighters, and we also have what we call veterans to veterans. There's a veteran in each firehouse that our veterans can talk to if they have any kind of problems whatsoever, or whether it's mental health, substance use, whatever the problem is, they can go to these people and they will find them help. We have places to go. It's well known in the fire department now, and the program is working. But I can't talk about specifics in personnel matters.
I don't want you to. I only want to know if you need that kind of expertise in the fire department and if it's actually being utilized.
Again, through the chair, we have a team that knows where to get that expertise, and they get our people to the people that can help.
I had asked the police department if they had, and they do, have a list of the grants they received to supplement tax levy budget votes. Do you have such a list?
We do.
Can we get it as a matter of course?
Sure.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
And I've had to personally take advantage of your services, so I appreciate everything your department does.
Through the chair, thank you. Hope they treated you good.
I think we're all set. Council Toomey.
Mr. Chair, I was going to make a motion to approve the budget.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. We'll get that done in a second. And I do. How's everybody doing, Chief?
Actually, they're doing well. We still have some problems since the fire. A lot of us are still going through the process, but I think overall, I think the department is doing well.
So the support is there for you and your men and women?
Support is there, and it's being utilized
okay.
by a lot of firefighters. So the culture is changing for the better.
Oh, good. Oh, good. Well, we're here. We're here if you need us. So, and good job, Chief, and keep up the good work. And we Council Toomey's motion to approve. All those in favor? Opposed? So ordered.
Thank you.
Let's try to do communicate. We usually don't ask too many questions on emergency communications, so let's maybe squeeze that in real quick before we break. That's on page 33, page 27. Okay, Mr. Chandler, who's with you today? They're working.
Ron. This is Kate Knoll, a new Deputy Director, Emergency Communications.
Oh, welcome. Okay, let's go. Let's break her in hard tonight. Let's go. But Council Toomey?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the department that we don't hear about all the time is one of our most important communication tools. And that's because they're doing a good job. And so I think it's really important that they've been able to continue reaching out beyond the silos of municipal departments, getting engaged with the schools and outside emergency management programs like the Red Cross, working with the police, Public Safety Task Force and the fire department. They've got new software. They're using text to 911 calls, which is really helpful. And then also, they have continued goals and initiatives, including increasing public awareness, but also coordinating with the fire, police, and technical services for a new computer-aided dispatch records management system software, which is what I think what we're trying to do is we're talking about tearing down all of those silos in communication. Some of what we heard about, we heard people talking about reaching out to different areas of the city and people with the addiction issue, but we also need to have communication with information to be able to make sure that we all know what each other is doing too. So I was just wondering if we could talk about that computer-aided program and how that's going to be rolling out.
Mr. Shanley?
So that's a program that we're working with the police department, the fire department, and technical services to try to identify the needs. We're currently in the vendor process of seeing demos, bringing them in, seeing what they offer over our current software, which is a lot. I mean, they offer a lot over what we currently have.
How old is the current software? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Through the chair, I think 20 years.
Wow. It still works? That's amazing. No, that's great, and that's the importance of making sure that we have all of those silos broken down. So I just wanted to say thank you on that. I don't have any further questions other than they've been doing a great job, and I'm very grateful for the work that the men and women do. I'm sorry, I take that back. I do have a question. Speaking of trauma and stress, I know that when the manager last year came out as a CEO against stigma, ensuring that all of our employees have access to care. I know that very often our emergency management communications folks deal with a different type of stress. They may not actually be at a site, and sometimes it's not being there and seeing it. That is very difficult too. So they also undergo a great deal of stress in the jobs that they do, and I'm just wondering how that culture is working out. Thank you.
So unlike the police or fire, through the chair, so unlike the police or fire department, we don't really have the staff to have on-duty crisis intervention people. But as the police chief mentioned, they have John Mahan, who he always offers his support. And then the fire department, I mean, they're partners in the truest sense of the word. Every time we have anything going on, any major incident, their crisis intervention team is knocking on our door saying, what can we do to help you? And then obviously we have the EAP through the city.
What's that? Thank you. Councilor Rose?
Thank you. Through the chair to Mr. Shanley, just noticing a bit of a decline on the notifications and residents registered for notifications for Alert Worcester and Smart 911. Just out of curiosity, just the rationale in and around that, if you don't mind.
So that's our baseline. That's the bare minimum we want to hit. Our goal is obviously to hit way more than that. Our rationale behind not putting the baseline at what we hit in the past was that we've found that we've hit all the easy ones. So we're trying to get more people. We're trying to get people who didn't necessarily sign up the first time we went around to them, or didn't necessarily take the initiative the first time we asked or the second time we asked. So, the more people that you add, the harder they become to get them to sign into the system.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Appreciate all you do.
Thank you. Councilor Bergman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. To Mr. Shanley, just a couple of really brief questions and a comment. I noticed the total recommended overtime was from last budget year to this budget year was about 25% higher. I'm making an assumption, and you'll correct me if I'm wrong, that some of that may have to do with staffing issues, but if you could just try to explain that. Bottom of page 30.
So through the chair, yes, that's correct. Staffing issues, and I mean that is a number that more accurately depicts what we are actually spending. Typically in the area of 200,000 is what we're spending. So, last year we were budgeted for 170. We actually spent 205.
And that brings me to another question related to that through the chair, which is in years past, I recall being consistently involved with the Public Safety Subcommittee. There was some testimony from predecessors of yours in the position you're in that it was hard to retain employees in that position. Has that gotten better?
Through the chair, at our last budget meeting, we had 16 vacancies. We currently have 9. So we are getting better. We're still not perfect. We're in the process of hiring again to hopefully bring it up to a full complement.
Do you have through the chair, do you have a rationale or a reason other than the job itself as to why it might not promote longevity?
Through the chair, the job itself, I mean, you talk about being a firefighter, being a police officer, you kind of know what that job is. Whereas if someone comes in and says, I want to be a dispatcher or I want to be a public safety call taker, they might not really understand what that job is or the different aspects of what they're going to be tasked with. So through the manager and through the Chief Diversity Officer, Suja, and through the mayor, actually, we just had an open house to try to bring in a more diverse group of candidates. We had a lot of applicants. We got just under 300 applicants for the job based off of that open house and that promotion that we did.
So if I may make a comment through the chair, it doesn't sound like it's wage related. It sounds like it's job description itself and people finding themselves not necessarily fitting well into that position. And the last thing, just a comment, not a question. There was some discussion at our Public Safety Subcommittee meeting over using the reverse 911 for icing situations, and I know not all of us necessarily were always on the same page on that, but it was used this year, and I can just give you some of the feedback that I received. It was overwhelmingly appreciated because there were a number of ice events this year, separate and distinct from snow events. It seemed like it was more ice this year than snow, and there were a lot of people that commented to me that they appreciated getting the 911 call because oftentimes it's black ice early in the morning. They would not otherwise realize how bad the conditions are, and it gave them a head start. So I hope going forward you'll take those positive comments and consider next year reinstituting that. That's all. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We have Mr. Manager all set. We'll go with Merrill Carlson, followed by Councilor King.
I just have one question through the chair, and I believe that this probably belongs with Mr. Zadelis. In this department here, you have all their fringe benefits listed separately, where all the other departments are not listed separately. So why is that?
Through the chair, this particular department, there are other departments that have fringes. I believe when we get to the ED section, A&F has fringes. So certain departments that are heavily concentrated, supported with grants as a primary funding source besides the tax levy, we list the grant charges. In this particular case, we have regional and we have 911 PSAP support. So we do put in for reimbursements for their salaries in their fringes as part of the reimbursement back to the state.
I would just ask going forward, it would be great if we had something that shared with us what those different departments are that are unique, because as we look at this budget and we look at the cost for health care and for pension and all of the total cost, I think it's maybe presumptuous on our part, but there's no rhyme or reason or flow to this. So I just think it would be extremely helpful going forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair to the Deputy Director, first a comment. Thank you for your service. Appreciate really the fact that we know that this department has saved lives more than we'll ever know. It's something I think, as you mentioned, we think of police and we think of fire. We don't always think about the public safety call folks. One question through the chair. It looks like there's a one unfunded position, and just want an explanation of that. Thank you.
Mr. Shanley.
Through the chair. So one of the city manager's initiatives this year, gratefully, is to kind of build up our emergency management staff. So to do that, we are taking the funding from one of those positions that we already had in here and using that to have a full-time emergency management staff position.
Repeat that last part again. To do what?
To have a full-time emergency management staff position.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilor Lukes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was just wondering what the starting salary for a caller is worth.
Just under $19 an hour through training.
$19 an hour? You think that's the reason why you can't get people?
Through the chair, we get a lot of applicants. Like this last round, we had it open for a month and we got 263 applicants.
And so why do you have all the vacancies?
Through the chair, it's training people. It takes a long time. We can only train a certain amount of people at one time. So we just recently hired 6 people, maybe 2 or 3 months ago. We're in the process now of hiring. The goal is to hire 8 or 9 people this time to bring us up to a full complement.
What's the average tenure for one of your callers?
Through the chair, we just had a 43-year member retire. So it really ranges from, we have people who've been there for 40 years. We've had people who've been there for 2 months. I don't know the average. But it's a pretty wide range of, there's no real, you pick a year and we've got someone who's been there for that long.
I'm troubled by the fact that the discussion every year deals with vacancies and the inability to have more long-term employees. Let's do Smart 911. There's a support grant funding listed a couple of times in the backup. What is that? What is that for?
The 911 support grant funding?
Yeah.
That's our PSAP. It's called the PSAP Support and Incentive Grant. It's through a CMR. We get it from the state 911 department. Basically, you have a cell phone?
Yes.
On the bill, you see like a $1.50 charge per line. That $1.50 goes back to the state, and every cent of that, or every penny of that, is supposed to go back to the communities to fund 911 service.
Can you explain what Smart 911 actually is?
Smart 911, through the chair, Smart 911 is a program that a citizen can create a login, put any type of information they want in there, health data, family data, pet data, information about cars, their house, their work. And then when that number that they affiliate with that account calls 911, all of that information pops up to our call taker.
And how secure is that information?
It's hosted on their servers. We don't host it locally. We can't search it.
I went to the ceremony where it was publicly announced, and I thought to myself, never will I ever be part of that program, only because we don't have control of it. I'm afraid that it has the same problems that a Facebook issue has, that it's accessible by the wrong people. I don't know what the security or the privacy is. Can you address those issues?
Through the chair, they're hosted all in the cloud. They're supposed to be secure. We don't have anything to do with the security, or, like I said, we don't even have access to it. If you were to sign up for this account, I cannot search your name to find out any information.
Who can?
It will only come up to us if you call 911.
So my calling 911 triggers that?
Through the chair, yes, that's correct.
All right, what happens when you get that information? How secure is it?
Through the chair, it goes to the 911 call taker. We use that information in a situational awareness. So let's say, for example, we have a 911 hang-up. If we take a 911 hang-up from someone, and we have to call the cell phone company to get subscriber information, to get any little piece of information we can to try to initiate a call for service. If you have a Smart 911 account, call 911 and hang up. We're going to have that it's Mike Shanley called from 2 Coppage Drive, and it's going to have all that information. It's going to save upwards of 15, 20, a half hour before a call can be initiated.
Once you get that information, what do you do with it?
We use that information to create an incident.
And where is it stored?
Through the chair. That information is stored, so it pops up, but once it pops up, that's the information that we have to create a call.
And how long do you have access to that information?
Through the chair until we close it out.
And how long does it take to close it out?
I think that the longest retention you can keep it up on the screen is 24 hours, but that's not going to happen.
And during that 24 hours, can anybody else get access to it?
Through the chair. The only people who have access to that are our dispatchers and our employees, who have access to significantly more information than people are putting in that.
Well, what I'm getting to, can it be hacked?
Through the chair. I don't think I can answer that question. It's hosted off-site. We don't own the information. Like I said, the only way I can answer that is that we can't even get the information if we want it on you, unless you call 911.
You're basically saying we have no control over it.
Through the chair. That's correct. It's a third-party vendor that we use to provide that service.
Thank you. You just reinforced my worst fears. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Manager?
Well, just, nothing is foolproof. I mean, hackers are always out there. However, we have not had any incidents. We haven't heard about any incidents. And people have to make a decision. Anything theoretically could be hacked or compromised, and yet the information that somebody might provide with a Smart 911 could be critical to appropriately providing the emergency services that someone might need. Someone's on oxygen. That's important for the fire department to know when they're responding that there's somebody on oxygen in that house, or that there's a dog that they need to be, service dog at that house that they need, or there's an autistic child in that house. That kind of information is invaluable. So it's a balancing of risks, but we've had no incidents of hacking that we've heard about. So,
thank you, Councilor Rivera.
I just want to say that some of the concerns in the past have been kind of the community communication, and I've heard a lot that's improved, so I just wanted to recognize that and thank you for that. I think that one of the things that I know that the Chief Diversity Officer in the City of Worcester is doing is actually working with each of the departments, and wanted to see how that was working for you. I know that there's a staff that, I know one of the ideal things that we're looking at is that each department will have a staff that will be dedicated to that. Is that something that you foresee in the future in your budget through the chair?
Through the chair, it's something we can look at in the future. To speak to the point about working with the city's chief diversity officer, we've posted, a handful of jobs over the last 6 months. Every one of them, we've worked with her to go through everything from job posting to job descriptions to criteria for what we're looking for in an employee, all the way down to interview questions and interview screenings. Every step of the way, we're trying to make sure that we can be as diverse and as inclusive as we can be.
I also think that the initiative regarding coordinating of services is also really important. I'm a big supporter of coordination of services and being able to have that coordination with fire, police, technical services, and all of that is regarding your software and everything you're doing is great. And it's good to know that if we ever have in all the emergencies we have regarding weather or an emergency that we were to have, that I think that your department is always working on kind of trying to stay a step ahead of the game and not just working to be reactive, but how you will be able to respond and being preventative. So I just wanted to give you, compliments on that. I think that I've really seen some really good growth in this department.
Okay. Well said. So the motion is to approve. Anybody else? All those in favor? Opposed? So ordered. Maybe we can squeeze one more in. Maybe Mr. Kelly's out there. You want to do inspectional services? The answer is no. Sorry, John. I tried. So We're going to have motions for a recess, and we'll be back in about 7:35, around there. What? 7:40, we'll be back here, okay? It's on page 33 of section 3-4. Okay. Anybody have any questions? Or what's that? Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I obviously our interaction in the neighborhoods and the various different neighborhood meetings and the staff that has been so responsive this year as well as previous years. I just want to thank them for their service and their effort. There seems to be one issue that keeps coming up over and over again, though, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know if it's something that we need extra staff for, or if it's something we need extra rules for or ordinances for. But it seems to be like when folks put things out on their sidewalk, you know, they have, sometimes it's as simple as trash that got ripped open or is there. Sometimes it's something like furniture or whatever. And I know that the commissioner and his staff go through the motions of sending notices to property owners and dealing with it. But is there anything else we could be doing through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Kelly?
Mr. Kelly?
Is there anything else that you would recommend or any other extra? Is it a personnel issue? Is it an ordinance issue? What takes it so long for the folks that don't want to comply?
Through the chair to the councilor, we do, on occasions, take your complaints or whoever complains about things on the sidewalk. Where typically it's the public way, so we enforce from the sidewalk back to private properties. But usually
You do not, or you do? Excuse me, Mr. Chairman.
Right. No, we do the private properties, and usually the sidewalks and the streets are in the public way. But we do have the city manager's quality of life team.
Oh.
So complaints come in. They have been fantastic to respond to situations in the public way.
So, through you, Mr. Chairman, again to Mr. Kelly. So if someone leaves, you know, a dining room set or a living room set on the sidewalk, that's not the responsibility of the property owner? And that's not a code issue? It's what issue is it? And that's what I'm just trying to find out, because...
We usually do act on those complaints.
Okay, so you
and
do.
We call it...
So if it's on the sidewalk, just like if somebody didn't shovel their sidewalk or whatever, there's something else blocking the sidewalk, they'd be doing it?
It's us in conjunction with DPW, usually.
Maybe the manager?
Yeah, the quality of life team usually will issue a citation. They'll put a kind of sticker on the item with a certain amount of time that it needs to be removed, knock on the door, make people aware of it. If they don't remove it within a certain amount of time, then they'll be issued a citation and the material will be removed.
Oh, so that's not even a code issue then?
Well, they're detailed from the code department, so they have the authority that the code department has as part of the quality of life team.
So, again, my question then directed at the manager, Mr. Chairman, would be that do we have enough of staff? Do we have enough of ordinances? Do we need either?
Well, that's why we're adding some folks to the inspectional services, pending the consideration of the trash plan. There are some additional positions, nuisance positions, and others in DPW, and then we continue to support the quality of life. So we have several different teams of people out there trying to deal with the various issues, whether they be graffiti, whether they be dumping, whether they be leaving trash, putting trash out after the time or too early, all of the kind of related nuisance issues that we deal with.
And Mr. Chairman, on page 36, there's an item on the Health Inspections Division where a principal sanitary inspector went from 71,000 to 51,000. Is there a reason for that, Mr. Chairman? I don't know who Mr. Zadalis or anyone else who would have that information. It's about 3/4 down the page on page 36 on the Health Inspection Division, Principal Sanitary Inspector. It had a $20,000 cut in pay.
Yeah. Do you want to answer that?
Through the chair, the position was vacated by someone who was promoted, so that when that position is filled, it will be filled by someone who has a lower salary.
So it's it becomes more of an entry level?
Correct.
Okay. And again, Mr. Chairman, I just want to thank the department on behalf of the people in my district as well as citywide for their efforts, because I know that, we always talk about the fire department, the police department, doing life-saving deeds, and these folks do it, and they save many lives by their efforts in advance. Thank you.
Okay. Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor... I'm sorry,
yes.
Councilor Wally was next. I'm sorry. Councilor Merrill Carlson? Councilor Rosen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to say it's a great department, a well-run department. I think the commissioner has really built a strong culture in the department. If you look at their job, they're going out and they're holding property owners, restaurants accountable, and they do so approaching it from the viewpoint of customer service. It's a department that certainly fights above its weight limit, and I'm glad to see their additional staffing. If you look at it, the department compared to Boston, and Boston is certainly a much larger city, but if you look at the staffing in the Boston Inspectional Service Department per capita and per property, Worcester is certainly at much lower levels. So I commend you for what you're doing. You have a great impact, and I'd like to also commend you on your work putting the permits online. I think one of your continued initiatives is to drive customers to your website, and I can tell you you're certainly doing that by being more transparent with the work you're doing. So keep up the good work, and I'm certainly glad to approve this budget with the additional staffing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Merrill Carlson?
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I'd just like to say to the commissioner and his staff, I know all the time I use their office, and they do a tremendous job there. There's calls all day long, every day. There's not a day that doesn't go by that they don't get called. So I want to really give a real shout out to them for all the work that they do. I just have a couple of questions. So on page 36, down in the housing inspectors, there was 12, and last year it was at 621, and this year here it's budgeted for 606. Is that due to new staffing as well, or?
That, through the chair to the counselor, that is again with due to a couple of retirements. Those vacant positions are right now being filled with new staff at lower rates.
Okay, and I have one last question. Are all these positions in inspectional services, are these all full-time positions?
Mr. Kelly?
Through the chair to the counselor, they are all full-time positions except for one. We have the zoning coordinator is part-time. She used to work for the city full-time, and she retired and came back to work 18 hours a week. Usually she works Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And with her knowledge and her experience, it's like having a full-time person.
So you feel as if that's, being part-time is sufficient staffing levels?
Through the chair to the council, for the time being, that's why we left that as a full position, full-time.
Okay, thank you.
So, Councilor Rosen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just an update on a couple of items. I know you provided the City Council with a report on folks who have been using their front lawns and paving that. And that may be in our hands now in one of our committees, I'm not sure. Can you update me? Do you have any information on what's been happening to that? Is it in our committee? It's in the council committee then, okay. So that's beyond you
Through
now.
the chair, yes, it's beyond, maybe it's going to committee, subcommittee.
Do you know, through the mayor to the manager, do you know what committee it's in? I think we got to.
I don't know if it's in DPW.
Traffic and parking. Okay. Yeah,
I
that
think
makes
it's a
sense.
zoning issue, Mr. Chairman.
Okay.
I'll lobby the chairman to maybe talk about that. Next, Airbnb. Can you update me? I haven't heard much. We went for a couple of years hearing a lot of complaints about Airbnb. Either people have accepted it like Uber, or maybe it's not being used as much. I doubt that. But any news on Airbnb?
Through the chair to the councilor, not as of late. It's been fairly quiet.
Okay, so you're saying no complaints lately?
Yes.
Okay, that certainly is good to hear. Lead paint inspections. Your department does the lead paint? 'Cause after all these years, I would think, we've been doing lead paint inspections for decades. So there are that many houses left that still have lead paint. That surprises me, but that's something we still have to do.
Through the chair, yes, we do still do lead paint inspections with every housing inspection. We do ask the occupant if there is a child under 6 that resides there. And then if there is, we offer a lead paint inspection. The majority of the inspections that we do are because of the previous de-leading or de-leading that was covered paint, so it was painted over. That was the manner in which it was done. That has begun to crack and peel, so then it has to be redone again. So it's not necessarily that it's lead paint that was never corrected before, but new violations.
I see, okay. And through the chair, last question to Mr. Kelly. I remember several years ago when I was the city councilor in beautiful District 5, we went out to the property next to Walgreens on Park Ave, Beaver Brook, next to Beaver Brook, and that big lot. And I think I went out on a separate occasion, at least once with the manager, and it does look unsightly. I'll choose that word, unsightly again. So if you could take another look at it. It's a huge piece of property, and they own it, and it's a valuable piece of property. But it seems to me, for folks living in the neighborhood, should they have to put up with that unsightly, overgrown property, which I'm sure had during the winter at least, and might still have now, folks who are homeless camping there because you just can't see anything. So anything we can do to talk to the owners and maybe have them do some more cutting they did years ago, and I think it really helped, especially with the littering problem, the dumping problem, and the homeless issue that we had there. So I would recommend just another look at that property.
Through the chair to the councilor, as of today, it is under order to have them do something similar to what they did years ago.
They did years ago, okay.
Just cut it all down.
So when you say under order, the order from the city to them?
Yes.
Okay, and if they don't, how long do they have to comply through the chair?
10 days.
Through the chair, 10 days.
10 days. So that would be ending soon, even if this was day one. What happens if they don't comply through the chair?
Well, it gets through the chair. It gets referred to court.
Gets referred. Is that a long process that we're going to wait a year just to get that case heard, or is that something that can happen quickly?
I wouldn't say, I would say more like 4 weeks through the chair.
Okay. So we are on top of the situation.
Yes, we are.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor Toomey, Rivera, and Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I apologize for being late. CVS closes at 7, and so I had to run someplace else. Sorry that I wasn't here at the very beginning, but I was struck with the transition to your cloud-based system. Did you discuss that already?
Through the chair, no, we have not discussed that.
Okay, so that's a new and continued initiative, and I'm wondering if that enables other departments to be able to communicate through the channels with you, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Commissioner.
Through the chair, to the councilor, I believe that is all in the plans and forthcoming down the road.
Okay.
We initially have View Permit. We've been using it for quite a few years. It's been working well.
Right.
Next step, going to the cloud base, may go through tech services and start with another department.
Okay.
Possibly DPW.
Okay.
But that's in the ongoing plan down the road.
So that's the whole thing, is this whole breaking down the silos, being able to share information. And, you know, I had asked at one point, we were out at a fire, and I understood that we don't have access to all the plans, I don't think, in the city yet. So how close are you to being able to get all of the building plans in an electronic format? Through you, Mr. Chair. And is that something that we need to,
through the chair,
continue to
the
budget
council,
for?
we have been scanning plans for the last 2 or 3 years. We've gone through at least maybe 4 or 5 years of existing plans, floor plans, to coordinate 2 laptops for fire department in the field to be able to click on to see a floor plan. So we are in process.
In the process of doing that. How much more time do you think, through you, Mr. Chair? And is there anything that we can do in the foreseeable future, budget-wise or grant-wise, to be able to make that happen faster? Through you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the councilor, it is a task that a lot of our permits go back to the early 1900s, our plans. So maybe down the road or next year, the year after, we may be asking for certain companies that do that. They go in and scan information.
Right.
So that's something we might look at. But in-house right now, through my employees that are, we'll say, a lot of the clerks, we have a schedule when they're not busy, or they have certain days that they spend an hour or two down there. They all rotate and take turns. That's why we've been very successful the last few years in scanning 4 years of plans.
Which is remarkable. I'm just wondering, with the Antiquarian Society, I know that they had put in a whole new program for scanning all of their stuff. I wonder if we could have a conversation with them and their process, just to help educate us about faster and easier ways to.
Mr. Manager?
We actually have, you know, there
Of course
are.
we have.
Yeah, there are some technologies that can be used. The difference with some of these plans is they're so large.
Right.
Whereas the antiquarian or books, they have, actually, I've seen it where they puff air that turns the pages, so you don't have to have a person there doing a whole book. It's pretty sophisticated stuff. We have at Hope Cemetery been digitizing the entire collection of cards with the locations of folks who are buried there, who's bought plots. It cost about $250,000 to do that, but it was important to protect that information and make it accessible. So we've talked, Commissioner Kelly and I, as well as the clerk and I, about kind of putting an initiative together around digitizing and protecting some of our documents that are vulnerable if there's only one set.
Right. And that's what I was thinking about too, is almost going backwards and with some of the oldest, and because they would be of interest to the Antiquarian Society, so we might be able to get some help with that. So I just wanted to say thank you for thinking forward and for all the incredible work that you do. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilor Rivera.
Yeah, just a couple things. First, I want to say, I think this is one of the departments that your customer service is amazing. You know, your response. There's never a time that I don't try to reach one of y'all, from the commissioner to Amanda to Nancy to Dan, that I don't get a response. So I just really want to appreciate, your treatment of our community. And Lord knows, I know that we as district counselors, I think we have you all on speed dial. But we really appreciate it. And as much as we call you all, you still greet us so well. One of the things that I've seen is at the end of the year, the colleges that we have so many of leave a hot mess in our area when they're moving out. And is that something that you all have addressed? Is that something that you have worked on with the colleges at all through the chair?
Commissioner?
Through the chair to the counselor, the colleges have their own internal plan. Yeah, usually when they're moving out, they have a plan, or they have their rules and regulations they adhere to.
Do they communicate that with you at all through the chair?
Through the chair of the council with DPW.
Okay, all right. Just because I find that every year is a big issue. The other, again, this has been the question I've been asking all the departments. So one of the commitments that we've seen from the city manager has been to diversify all the different departments and streamline, and just wanted to see how, and eventually having some diversity officer representation in each of the departments. And so we're just looking as to how that was working with inspectional services.
Through the chair to the council, we have been working with the city manager's office through the diversity officer. So we don't have our own in-house diversity officer.
Thank you very much. And just, really thank you to the crew for always, being there, responsive, and doing it, very kindly as well, because I know you guys get so many complaints, and you get it from all of us as well. So we just really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, we have Councilor Rose.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Most of my questions have been answered, but I'd like to use a little time, if permissible, to just offer a little praise. Not many residents in a city our size can say that the commissioner of inspectional services came and sat, in their living room to hear their concerns. And I've had the opportunity to sit with Mr. Kelly and Mr. Horn on several occasions in the living rooms of residents in my district. It's just incredible and impeccable customer service, and I want to thank them for their efforts. And Mrs. Wilson, who I've just badger on an almost weekly basis for different things, and I appreciate her putting up with me. But I just want to thank you all for the incredible effort that you put forth for our residents day in and day out, and your accessibility over the course of at least my time while being in office has just been nothing short of tremendous. So I just wanted to thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Through the chair, just a quick question regarding the elimination of the public health aide position. Just kind of some of the strategic planning around that, and what that position was responsible for, and if there's another position that's assuming those responsibilities. Through the chair.
Commissioner, Ms. Wilson.
Through the chair, that position was originally a block grant funded position that was solely for what I'll call Grime Watch, that was picking up litter and graffiti removal that worked hand in hand with DPW. The individual that filled that position retired, and the funding for that position disappeared a long time ago. So when that individual retired, we then, because also those duties have been assumed within the nuisance teams and through other programs, that funding is pushed through the other positions that we've requested.
Thank you. And just a question regarding some of the new and continued initiatives. There's a bullet regarding the increase certificate of use and occupancy inspections by 75% due to additional staff. Just wondering, some explanation on that for me. Thank you.
Through the chair to the counselor, our initiative, our goal is to what we call periodic inspections that are required under the state building code for multifamily dwellings, especially the three-deckers. That were always a struggle for us because there were 4,000, 5,000 three-deckers in the city, and we were doing 4 families and above for a long time. I want to go back to the 3-deckers to do inspections. The building code says a maximum of 5 years. I'm going to change that to a minimum of 2 years. So every 2 years, we want to get in the common areas, get in the porches on 3-deckers and above.
Just a question. I know. I guess this would be to the manager. If you could just refresh my memory. I believe that something came across the council with regards to the intervals of inspections of 3-deckers. Is that accurate?
That's something we've talked to the commissioner about, and he can jump in here, but the hope was to reduce the amount of time between inspections of these multifamily units. Sometimes now we don't get to them for 5 years, and we want to reduce that to 1 or 2 years with these additional positions.
Thank you. Again, this came before council. I'm just trying to remind myself where that is. Is that in a committee somewhere? I guess maybe the clerk could answer. I recall this coming up and us having a discussion. We hadn't made a decision as a council. If you could explain for me.
Yeah. So I think Council Wally had an item to create a registry. That's before the council in one of your committees. Independent of that, the city administration is recommending 2 new positions in inspectional services to do more frequent inspections of multifamily units. If the council chooses to adopt the registry, we'll be better prepared with staff in place to implement that. If the council chooses not to do that, we'll still be able to be in these multifamily units in a much more frequent basis to head off some of the problems that we see.
So for clarification, regardless of what we do as a council in respect to the registry issue that's, I believe, in committee, the administration or the department is going to move forward with increased inspections of 3-deckers. Is that accurate?
If the budget is adopted, that's the case.
Okay, and that's based on the 2 additional positions. They're designated for that. Is that right?
That's right.
Okay. Just want to note again, I know that there have been some conversations around that, and I just hope that we move forward and have the entirety of the situation in mind. I know that we're looking to improve people's housing and to improve livability in the city. But I know that we as a council we're going to kind of go through some of those things, and I certainly think that inspectional services could use 2 additional staff regardless. But again, I hope that the council gets to be heard with regards to frequency, because I know there was some discussion around 5 years versus 3 years. This is the first I'm hearing of 2 years inspections, and I have been contacted by some of those folks who are owning those properties who have some concerns. So, I just want to kind of note that. As far as the department as a whole, I think that as the concerns come in and as corrective action is taken, I think that it bodes well for the city. It reflects well on us as a council. And another thank you for your service and your responsiveness. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Is that everybody? Oh, Councilor Bergman, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll be very quick. Probably no questions, just comments. I share what other colleagues have said about the availability of this department. As available as any department in the city. When I call down there's always a responsive phone call back, whether it's Commissioner Kelly or David or Amanda. Dee takes the messages, and there's always a response, and it's always quick, and it's always appreciated. I've said this before, and I'll repeat it again because I think it's worth repeating, and that is that this is the one department that nobody's happy to see them at their door. Sometimes with police, you might be happy because you made the call. With fire, you're usually happy because there's a problem. With code, nobody's really happy to see them at their door. But of the probably thousands of visits they make a year as counselors, I think we rarely, if ever, hear somebody say they've been treated unfairly. They may not like the enforcement order, but rarely have I heard they were treated unfairly. And I think that speaks highly for this department, particularly when we're encouraging more businesses to come to the city. I think they know they'll be treated fairly. I do know this was the last year, somewhat stressful as far as some of the decisions that had to be made. We're talking about 2 churches that were controversial, and Code Department was smack in the middle of both of those, being pulled probably from both sides, and some of the observations that were asked to be made. And it's appreciated that it was a calm, measured approach, and whether somebody liked or didn't like the opinions that were given, again, I think the opinions are always well respected. I know there are issues coming up in the future, whether it's the 4 or more issue, in-law apartments, and other things, and I know the calm, measured approach will continue in this department. So I just want to compliment and thank everybody, as always, for making our job as city councilors easier, because rarely have I taken a call in the last 6 years from somebody who's had a problem with code. So thank you.
Thank you.
So we have a motion to approve. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
Thank you.
Commissioner, have a nice day. We're going to take an item out of order real quick. We're going to bring up if everybody suspend the rules, bring up the library. And that's on 7-1, page 113. Okay. Mr. Dickinson, welcome. And okay, any questions? I'll give a motion to approve. We can be very... Motion to approve. All those in favor? Opposed, so ordered. We've been reading all your stuff, so good job. The city manager has revised reports on your expansion and all your projects, and keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, Councilor Russell?
Just have one quick question. It's really quick. The telephone bill at the library is going from 33,000 to 20,000. I want to know how he's doing that, how the librarian is doing that, because it's something that I see is not across the board. If he doesn't have that information, we can get a report.
We have to get a report on that. Okay, we're going to get a report on that, Mr. Dickerson? Okay, all those in favor, opposed, so awarded. Councilor Rivera?
Yes, I just wanted to mention that, again, I mean, some of the great work that is done in the library, and also just really wanted to appreciate, reaching out to myself and other counselors, and really looking to creative ways to continue to have community involvement with the library, especially with our One City, One Library and our Bryant's Library. I'm really proud of the one we have at Goddard. And I'm really excited about some of the things that we have, and we already have some follow-up plans. But I really appreciate making the library very welcoming to all people. I also appreciate the fact how your staff all got trained in Narcan as well, and working with our public health department. So there's a lot of things that you're doing, that tackling the issues that you're confronting, but also making it you walk in and it's just a very welcoming and friendly and inclusive environment. And I really appreciate that. And also that you're not just, working in silo, but really trying to expand out to connect and make sure that community still stays connected to this wonderful resource of our library. Thank you.
Okay. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered. So motions to approve. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to bring up DPW. I know you guys want to just ask your questions regarding all items. You want to go through each section at a time real quick, but okay, let's go to the auditorium, page 39 of section 4.1.
Mr. Mayor.
This is costing us about $90,000 a year to keep going. And so, Councilor Rosen don't want to be left out. But so, what's the progress of the auditorium? I was just curious, Mr. Manager or Mr. Musi, either one of you.
Through you, Mr. Chairman. We're hoping at the May 28th council meeting to be bringing back a recommendation for the future of the Worcester Memorial Auditorium. We're trying to negotiate some of the final details of that. That would take us to the next level. It wouldn't be the final plan, but it would move us from where we are today to a next phase. So because we are still in the negotiations on that, I'd rather not say too much more, but other than to say that I think we're going to see some progress at the May 28th meeting with a report from me to the council.
Okay. Councilor Rosen?
Thank you. That was pretty much my question, but through the chair to the manager. So are you saying there'll be first a report from you, but the report from the Architectural Heritage Group, I think from Boston? Is that the one who's going to write the report?
They've made a request offer, if you will, to the city. We're negotiating that back and forth. And once we have something that's satisfactory, we'd bring it forward to the council with a recommendation.
Through the chair to the manager, as I see, we're up on Lower Pleasant Street, where looks like we're going to save that old Olympia Theater. Became the Fine Arts. I'm just thinking now the Little Theater if there's any way we could ever save that, I think that would be a great thing to. We talk about historic preservation, a great theater. I mean, I used to go there as a kid, and it was just wonderful.
The goal has always been to try to save every part of the Memorial Auditorium, and the Architectural Heritage Group has been looking at the different potential reuses of the building, and I think they've got some ideas about how the Little Theater, as well as the main hall, as well as Memorial Hall, might have a new, modern, updated future.
So, through the chair, certainly you're saying to us tonight, though, we are going to save the odd.
The odd was, we were never going to lose the odd, but can we give the odd a rebirth? Can we reposition the odd in a way that meets modern needs, expectations? And again, I don't want to get folks that, hey, we got the final deal, but I see this as a very, important step forward to, bring the Triple Crown, if you will, the courthouse, the Boys Club, and then if we can get the Worcester Memorial Auditorium. Those are three big public buildings that have been empty for years, none of which have been on the tax rolls, all of which are historic and important parts of our history. Two of the three have been sold, are being saved, are being preserved, and again, hopefully some progress on the auditorium. And that's really critical to the whole strategy of linking up North Main Street with the Gateway area, with the Highland Street area, getting them back into reuse and activity and getting people there and bringing back that vigor in that end of Main Street.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Auditorium also on the auditorium. All those in favor? Let's move on to the next one, which is Administration and Finance. That's on page 41. Which is really DPW, I guess, you could say. Councilor Russell?
Mr. Chairman, I just want to start by my interaction as Chairman of Public Works. I can't tell you how many times I've contacted, in my effort as a district city councilor, how many times I've contacted various different staff at the Public Works Department, from the commissioner all the way down to the folks at the Customer Service Department. And I cannot overemphasize how impressed I am with them overall, that they do a great job. Sometimes they're the unsung heroes. When the manager invited some of the DPW staff in to his office, that swung into action and actually saved a life. But I think that the efforts that they have, and just because there are questions from me as a counselor, that this should not be interpreted that somehow I'm, a critic of the department. I just would like to see every penny well spent, as I do on every department, and have questions and things that come up. As a district counselor, I've gotten so many repetitive calls and emails. I got one today from a gentleman inquiring about the condition of Grafton Street, and we know it's going to be redone. We know there's a state grant. We know that's probably going to be done sometime next year, from what folks are telling me. But in the meantime, do we have enough money in the budget, Mr. Chairman, through you, to the either the commissioner or the city manager, to deal with some of these things on a temporary basis? Because the Grafton Street, it's right on the border. Half of it's in Councilor Carlson's district, and half of it's in the district that I'm happy to represent. And I'll tell you, it's not in good condition. And it's probably one of the most, if not the most, heavily traveled routes on the city. Now, do we have enough funding in the budget for some kind of temporary repairs there, or do we need to take a look at that now? Because it's something we've asked about a few times, repetitive. And some of the potholes and small things have been taken care of. And there was a long patch done in the area of East Middle School. But I'm talking about the part in the vicinity of Billings Square going down. I mean, it's like a roller coaster ride. It really is. Through you, Mr. Chairman.
When you said, was it next fiscal calendar year or next fiscal year?
I am told by the commissioner and by our friends in state government that it will probably go to bid toward the end of this summer, which means it probably won't get built until next year, I believe.
Okay.
If I have wrong information, please
Mr. Musi?
correct me. But I want to get the information from my constituents.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, it is correct that the DOT intends to bid the Grafton Street job probably sometime this summer. How much work will get done this construction season is still a question. We're talking to them now, and maybe there's something we can get them to do, some kind of patching on, once they award a contract. If it's something that that they're not going to be able to address, just like we did last summer in the area of Worcester East Middle, we'll try to do some long patching on that. I drove it the other day, and frankly, it looks worse than it rides when you ride it. I didn't think it was that bad, and I did see a complaint today that came through Councilor Russell, and I intend to, look at it a little more careful. The day I rode it last was a real busy day. It was a busy hour traffic-wise when I went down it. So I'll look at that again. I mean, we do have a little bit of flexibility for doing some patches. It would be after July anyhow, so it would be in this budget. So it's not that we can't do it, but I want to see what other options there are.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, another controversial item has been this year that I heard from many of my constituents. I probably heard more from Councilor Wally's constituents than the ones in District 3 about the cleanup of the street sweeping operations. Through you, Mr. Chairman, to the Commissioner, has our general policy changed at all on the street sweeping, and is that reflected anywhere in the budget?
Through the Chair, no, our general policy has not changed.
Okay, so through you, Mr. Chairman, to Mr. Musi. So our policy was always that the leaf pickup and branch pickup and that kind of stuff was only done in the fall, correct, Mr. Chairman, through you?
Through the Chair, that's correct.
But sometimes my memory, maybe my memory is not as good as it used to be, but my memory is that sometimes as a courtesy we might have picked up some debris that was left behind, especially in neighborhoods that might have gotten a late sweep. Is that
Mr. Manager?
True, Mr. Chairman?
Yeah, just to pick up, and the Commissioner can jump in. So because of feedback from a lot of counselors that were concerned about the discretion that was being used by DPW to sometimes pick something up, and then other residents would say, well, why are you picking it up for them? I did what I was supposed to do. How come they're getting a service I don't get? Or the concern that DPW used their discretion inappropriately, that they picked up something that was too big and they shouldn't have picked up. So we decided that we would just go back to the rules and enforce the rules as they exist. That the fall is for leaf pickup. It's a service Worcester provides that most communities don't provide. And the spring is for street sweeping, which is, sand and dirt and things that might have accumulated, but not big piles of leaves, tree limbs, other things. And it's different than we've done in previous years because of the feedback about how people were upset about decisions that were being made about which pile was big enough or not big enough, or why was one picked up and another one wasn't picked up. And so we're trying to go back to less discretion and more uniformity across the board, so people don't have a sense that you're making one set of rules for one street or one house. Nothing's perfect. There's always folks who would prefer it whichever way worked to the best for them, but we are trying to be consistent across the board.
Mr. Chairman, through you to the manager, that's just precisely the type of call I received probably a week or two ago. One of those, they did this, but they didn't do that, or they used to do this, and they're not doing it. Is it a budgetary issue, Mr. Chairman, through you to the manager? Do we need more funds for that to continue doing what we did before?
Mr. Manager?
No, it was really based on conversations with a number of counselors who were concerned about the inconsistencies of the decisions that the DPW folks were making about which piles they picked up and when they picked them up. And so we kind of decided, let's try to bring uniformity as opposed to, well, maybe that's small enough that we can pick that one up, or we can help this person, their senior citizen. As much as people want to do that, you run into that problem, and then you don't want to be saying, well, we did do it for them, and now we have to do it for you, and we have to do it for somebody else.
Okay.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, I just want to add to that. The manager is correct. In the past, DPW, there was a small pile. They just picked it up. You know, if it was a bigger pile, we would tag it and, you know, notify the property owner that they have to deal with that. But if we were going to a widespread policy where we're going to allow people to put yard waste and leaves out in the spring, just like we do in the fall, it is a budgetary item. We would have to add, you know, money for that. It would be, and the council has asked for a report. We're working on that number. But that would have to go into the sewer rate, because it's the sewer rate that pays for sweeping and leaf pickup. So we would have to add a certain number of cents to the sewer rate to do that.
I know Councilor Rosen asked for that. We're getting a report back on that?
Yeah, that's something we're working on.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, I don't know if I'm getting ahead of myself on the sections, and stop me if I am, but is along that lines, the snow budget, do we have extra funds from the snow budget? Have we talked about that, or has that been something that's been released or reflected in the budget, Mr. Chairman?
Mr. Manager?
Yes, and the council was good enough to appropriate the balance of those snow funds to purchase additional snow equipment.
Well, that's already been done.
So that's been done.
How much was that through you, Mr. Chairman?
About $1.5 million.
About $1.5 million. Mr. Chairman, I have two more questions, really, two more items, if you would bear with me. On page 45, the Deputy Commissioner of Public Works, that's a brand new position. We do not currently have a Deputy Commissioner of Public Works. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman? And as part of that same question, we do have an Assistant Commissioner of Operations, though, and on page 45, that's not, was that a mistake that it's not showed as previously approved on fiscal 19? I'm just wondering, there's a previous 121,000 for the deputy commissioner, and I know we didn't have one. And then there's a blank line where it says assistant commissioner, and I believe we have a assistant commissioner of operations.
Well, no, the title deputy.
Unless Mr. Labovites has a different title that I wasn't.
Mrs. Zadelis?
The title deputy appeared in last year's budget.
Oh, it did.
So it was filled out of class. So it's depicting what was in last year's budget and projecting it out. So this year, both positions are anticipated to be filled for FY20.
So we had a deputy commissioner previously?
It was
An assistant commissioner.
filled out of class, yes. The assistant commissioner was in a position called deputy commissioner.
Oh, okay. So we had a deputy commissioner. I wasn't aware of that. I thought we.
The title was in the budget, was filled at a lower rank.
Okay. And then, Mr. Chairman, the reason why I expressed an interest in the library's telephones, and I'm sure that the Public Works Department, especially with their customer service office, has a much more extensive telephone system than they only have at the library. But our expense on page 45 for telephones went from about 17,000 to about 60,000. Could you tell me, Mr. Chairman, through you to Mr. Zadelis or Mr. Musi, whoever would have that information, what we're doing there? And also, on the next page, on page 46, there's 120,000 that was spent last year and proposed for this year, also for telephones, for Centrex telephones. Is that hardware, software, or is it use of the line use? What is it for, Mr. Chairman?
If I can, Mr. Chairman, the Department of Public Works has been the gatekeeper, if you will, for the entire city-side phone system. So that's 60,000 you're seeing this year. is as opposed to putting small pieces in each budget, because we're actually running the Windstream accounts for all city phones.
So, Mr. Chairman, so this means this is not just the DPW, this is like City Hall and everything else?
That's correct.
Okay, that's new. And then that's the same answer, Mr. Chairman, on the Centrex telephones? Is Centrex hardware
Commissioner?
the equipment, or is that the service?
Yeah, the Centrex lines, I think eventually are going to go down, but this year they're level funded. Eventually we're going to eliminate those.
My question is, Mr. Chairman, is it the use of the phones, like a phone bill, or is it the hardware, the actual phone, the installation of the phone?
Yeah, the Centrex lines is the cost of the bills. It's the phone bills, not hardware.
So it's the use. So then we're paying $120,000 for phone bills, roughly. We're not paying Verizon or Charter. We're paying Centrex. Is that correct, Mr. Chairman?
If I can, through the chair, that's correct. But there's also Windstream accounts, and that's what's on the other page.
Mr. Chairman, I would just like, as form of a report, if we can, before we finalize the telephone thing. And this is something that I've talked about at previous years. And, I don't begrudge the phone service. I don't begrudge the staff having the best equipment that they can to provide the services to our constituents. But I really think that we need to look at all this, the telephone activity, and I'd like to see it all on one piece of paper, seeing what we're spending on the equipment and what we're spending on the service. Because in today's world, businesses have so many different options for voice over IP, and I'm sure we're utilizing them, but are we utilizing them across the board in different departments? Are we utilizing, I know there are many cell phones we've talked about in previous budget sessions. Can we utilize a system like I use in my own real estate office, where we're incorporating the cell phones into this actual service? So when a customer or a constituent calls and looks for a person, the call is routed right to their cell phone. That might even be more productive. I think we need to get a report, Mr. Chairman, just on telephone usage in the city.
Okay. Those in favor, opposed, so ordered.
But again, Mr. Chairman, I just want to say overall how impressed I am with the DPW and their efforts. Whether you look at the construction efforts of the old, the last school, and coming in under budget, all these different building projects they've got going on, and plowing the streets and doing everything else, and they seem to get it all done, and I want to compliment them for it.
Thank you. Councilor Bergman?
Well, I didn't intend to have this conversation until we got to the sewer enterprise account, but my colleague, Council Russell, has brought it up, so I want to kind of get some of my questions, try to get my questions answered. And I do agree that the majority of constituent calls I've gotten in the last 6 weeks related to the LEAF program, and I don't want to dwell on it, but I do think that given the amount of calls I had and my colleagues had, I have some more questions, and I'll try to be as brief as possible. But through the chair, let me make a comment first. I have a good memory. There's nothing wrong with my recall. I've lived in the city since I was born, and I always could stand to be corrected. But there's no doubt in my mind, with a capital D, that the policy in the past, whether it was a written or unwritten policy, was always to clean up the small branches and leaves that were put in the gutter. Just saying that twice a year, fall and spring. I'm just saying that. It's not if or may, or we stopped doing that this year, but it was always that way until recently that I recall. I can always stand to be corrected, but I want to lay it out there that I'm not accepting the fact that this has kind of been a gray area and we really shouldn't have done it. Maybe we did some years and some others. I always recall that until this year. So my question through the chair to Commissioner Musi is, where does the money come from if we were to do street sweeping twice a year in the same format we do it in the fall?
Through the chair, that would come from the sewer rate. Both spring sweeping and fall leaf pickup is considered a stormwater function to help the drainage system, so it's been charged to sewers, and that's something that goes back probably to the 1980s.
And is it fair to say that it's an MS4 permit? Is that the type of permit we have in the city for stormwater management through
Correct.
the chair?
Correct.
So, and I tried to do a little homework on that. I'm not trying to be smart on anyone else or call anybody out, and I'm certainly agreeable if these questions need to be answered at a later date. But it was my understanding reading that the preferred way to maintain the permit and to follow Massachusetts Stormwater Handbook rules and regulations is to do the same type of sweeping in the fall and in the spring. Through the chair, is that correct?
Through the chair, it is correct. The Stormwater Handbook, or for that matter, the city's MS4 permit, doesn't require leaf pickup and things like that in the fall. It requires us just to sweep the streets of sand and debris. That's just something that the city's provided for a service as far back as I can remember. We've done this leaf pickup in the fall. I mean, we could just say to people, you can't put your leaves out in the street, you need to deal with them on your own, but that's not what we're talking about. So the leaf pickup is not a requirement where the sweeping is.
Is it preferred through the chair to do a leaf pickup twice a year pursuant to that permit, or it doesn't say one way or the other?
No, it really doesn't, but I think somebody could make the argument that if you do the leaf pickup, you might be reducing phosphorus to some degree. And phosphorus is an issue in all of the lakes and streams in Worcester, so I guess one could make that argument. Okay. Now, what a future stormwater permit that Worcester may receive could have things totally different than what they do now, but right now that's not a requirement.
Okay. And through the chair, do we know what the cost is in the fall for the fall program? Because I'm looking through the numbers, and I could have missed it because a lot of numbers, and I'm not saying that I know them all, but I didn't see anything that specified what the fall leaf cleanup program cost was.
Yeah.
So I want to know now. If he knows it, if he doesn't know.
Roughly, we can give you that more correct number when we give you the report on what the increase in cost would be for the spring sweeping, but it's about $1 million.
And through the chair, I don't also see anywhere on the sewer enterprise numbers the revenues received on that side of the equation. I see the expenditures, and in fairness, it's my understanding that they're not necessarily put in this report.
I'm sorry, through the chair, you're talking about the revenue for what now?
Well, what comprises, through the chair, the sewer enterprise amount? What, in a given year, how does that amount build up? What is it coming from?
The revenue to the sewer enterprise is the sewer rate that we charge our customers.
Multiplied by the amount of usage. Correct.
Exactly.
So how much did we gain in revenue this year, through the chair, from that?
Are you talking about in 2020, how much it will be over 19? I guess I'm trying to understand the question. If
No, I'm just trying to find, you said we have to raise through the chair $1 million to do a spring and a fall, an additional full sweep of the streets, including leaf pickup in the spring, and I'm trying to find out how much is in that account. You indicated we'd have to raise the sewer fee, and I'm just trying to find out if that's the case, because if there's a surplus of $1 million or more, that wouldn't be the case.
Yeah, if you're asking if there's a surplus in the sewer enterprise, there isn't. The sewer enterprise lost money the last 2 years in a row. For us to increase enough to cover that, it would probably be a nickel on the rate. It might be a little less than that, but when we give the council the report, we can give you that.
Okay, last question to the chair. Will we get that report before it's time to vote on this final budget?
I guess I can. I can get that report to the council next week.
I think we have a couple weeks, so.
Just if the council's suggesting raising the sewer rate beyond what our recommendation was, we should hold the rate, which is in the DPW committee also, because if you're going to raise the budget, you'd have to raise the rate at the same time, which is still before.
Just through the chair and through the manager, I'm not suggesting raising anything. I just think it would be helpful to know if we're down some money on this enterprise account. That's news to me, so I think it would be helpful to have that information before we take any final votes and anything, because I always like to think that the point of this budget is to try to have as much financial information in front of us as possible, and I think that piece of the pie is missing. I'm not saying it's missing for any nefarious reasons. I think it's helpful to have it. That's all, Mr.
Manager?
Just the rate recommendation does list what's happened in each account and the shortages and why the rate is recommended. So that has all been detailed, but we certainly will look at adding the program. We can do that before the budget is done, so the council can consider it in the context of the budget.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Missy.
If I can, through the chair, I just want to be sure I'm going to answer the correct question. Am I answering the question of how much do we have to change the rate to accommodate a spring leaf pickup, or am I answering the question about why the sewer enterprise, was short money the last 2 years? And again, the manager has answered that it is in the rate report now, and that's why there's a rate adjustment in sewer and not in the water division. So I don't mind answering either question, but I just want to make sure I understand what's being asked.
Okay.
Excuse me, through the chair. If we have the answer to the question of why we have a deficiency, I would not ask for another report on that. And I take the manager's word we have that. So I think the answer I'm looking for is to the question, what's the cost as it relates to the sewer enterprise account to have a spring program, the equivalent of the fall program?
Okay. We'll get a report on that. Council, are you all set, Councilman Bergen? Yeah. Council Rose, followed by Councilman Carlson, by Council Lukes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And as Council Russell and Councilor Bergman indicated and communicated, thank you for all you do and all your efforts, and a lot of obstacles with topography, equipment, contractors, city, streets, so on. Thank you for your commitment to our residents. I have a couple questions and a point of clarification, Mr. Chairman. Are we jumping around now? I thought we were going section by second.
Go ahead with it. Do what you want. It's fine. Well, this one is sort of a catch-all.
Okay.
The admin, this is administration and finance. This is a catch-all one. So it goes over the whole
I just
budget.
thought we were going. I'm a rule follower, so
if you
apparently we're breaking the rules. So
if you want,
for me, but I'll do my
we
part.
do have specific ones we can go over afterwards, which is the water, sewer.
Okay.
Three lights.
So my apologies. I'm going to be doing a little bit of jumping around here in two specific areas. One on the side of engineering, which I thought was the item that we were on. So with that being said, I do understand that Grove Street is a state street. I have observed many car accidents on Grove as it relates to Chester, Parkton, Drummond, and so on. I have met with Mr. Elbag on the street on a couple different occasions. There was some research that he had done around what we could do to improve the safety of these intersections, and reached out to the state and so on. My understanding is from residents in this specific area that this has been an ongoing issue for the past dozen or so years. I don't expect anything like this to change overnight. I guess my request is, what can we do on our end in an effort to try to get these areas looked at, understanding that the collaboration between us and the state needs to take place. And I'm not naive to the fact that things work slowly. I would just like, when I'm in neighborhood meetings, to have a little bit of an idea or a plan, or to be able to communicate to the residents who share these same concerns that the city is working diligently on this, and that this isn't falling to the bottom of some wait list because it's kind of a state collaboration. Through the chair.
Mr. Musi?
I'm through the chair. I'll personally talk to the district administration here in District 3. We have a good relationship with them. And I'll talk to Mark and see what the, the kind of recommendations he's making. And, I think if the costs aren't too large, we can probably work something out in the short term. Long term, if it needs to be a major project, then it would probably have to become a transportation improvement project, similar to the Shore Drive, Drummond Ave, and that, then it becomes like a 5-year cycle. But, just guessing, I'm thinking those are small kind of cost-wise improvements that might need to be done. So let us have a conversation with them, and I'll get back to you.
Thank you. Through the chair to Commissioner Musi, I do appreciate the fact that there's been a lot of energy around, making sure residents are cutting back bushes, and there's been a lot of energy around some of these short-term things in an effort to make these intersections safer. But again, I think, to your point, it's looking more and more like it might have to be a long-term plan as part of a long-term cycle. In that same spirit, through the chair, we have approximately $100 million of streets pending on our streets list. And there's a lot of attention and a lot of energy paid towards Chapter 70 funds as it relates to our education, and that's totally understandable. I think, I guess my question is, what can we do to elicit that same type of energy and response from the delegation as it relates to Chapter 90 funds and getting more funds for these streets, given that by nature of what we have budgeted here for streets, we're never going to really touch that close to $100 million in the pending list. Is there something that we can do as a council in an effort to catch the delegation to get some more energy in and around this specific topic? Streets, just like our education, are something that impacts every resident in the city.
Mr. Musi.
Through the chair.
Mr. Chairman, I do know that Mass Municipal Association put a big push on this year, and they have been, and they tried a new approach. I actually talked to some of the people involved at the State House on Monday, some of the work that they've done towards getting, State House legislators to kind of look at the $200 million that goes into Chapter 90 each year, and they wanted to move that to at least $300 million. Their estimate of the need statewide is $600 million a year. I think it's like $680 even.
Right.
So I'm not sure how our delegation weighed in. I know the city manager's office weighed in. Last fall or whenever Mass Municipal was putting together this this push, so to speak, of increasing Chapter 90, because as they point out, the Chapter 90 stayed level for a long time, except for 1 year it was increased just for a 1 year increment. And during that 10 or 15 years that it's been kind of level, it actually shrinks the mileage of pavement you can do as costs keep going up. So obviously, streets and sidewalks are a big issue for our residents and citizens, and it's something that certainly we'd love to see that go up. I don't have to ask the city manager where he stays on that. He'd love to do more streets too, I'm sure.
Thank you. I will be sure to do my part with the representatives in my district as it relates to Chapter 90, because it's getting to a point now where some of us can drive to and from work with our eyes closed and navigating around some of the issues that are occurring with our streets. And I'd like to see us have a little bit more of a voice around that as it relates to Chapter 90 funds. So through the chair, back to a problem intersection in the corner of Tyson and Burncoat. This was something that I brought up a while back. The city administration has done a nice job of doing some of these smaller things to try to keep these areas safe. But this is another area that consistently struggles with car accidents. You come up, ever since that Tyson has been paved, you come up to that very tall pitch, and then you get to the top there. You see the stop sign in the last minute, and as a result of that, I think that there's some issues that occur there. I would just, if possible, like to see a little bit more attention on that. The resident who lives in this intersection over the course of the last 18 months or 19 months while I've been in office, consistently, yes. And I know Mr. Labavitis is, and again, another example of Mr. Labavitis sitting in the living room with a resident trying to work out with a plan with her. For a city our size, a lot of residents don't get the opportunity to have that. What I will say is that this is something that continues to be an issue, and would just like to see a little bit more urgency on that, if possible. And I'm certainly happy to communicate again. I don't want this to appear as if it's fallen on the bottom of someone's list when there's a lot of urgency around that there as well. And then finally, through the chair, and Mr. Lavadis, I know I've been bugging you about this for a while now, but the water issue on Grove, parked in Grove Heights, is just something that is a consistent resident issue and concern, and I can explain away as much as I want. There's a unprecedented rainfall. I can talk about alt development or whatever it may be, but I think that this is an area, and again, Mr. Lavadis has sat in the living rooms of folks and been in their basements and has done a tremendous amount of work there. But I was specifically looking at, in the area of Grove Park and Grove Heights, whether or not the impact of the water, the groundwater in the basements of the residents there, and its impact after St. Peter Marian established their.
I'm going to recuse myself from the conversation.
My apologies.
Mayor is recusing himself.
Yes, sorry about that. This is specific to the building of this new sports field. It seems that dozens of residents there attribute the increase in the water into their basements as a result of this field. I was at this field a week ago for a softball game, and I meandered around and was walking around, and a lot of the field is wet. It wasn't a rainy day. Again, I'm not an engineer and so I don't propose to be an expert on this, but my point is I would be curious if there was a little bit of attention paid to that specific part with respect to the building of this field, and maybe there's a spring over there that's popped up over the years or whatever it may be. But there's a resident that lives directly in the back of the field whose whole backyard is completely underwater, and he's lived there for over 20 years. So again, the water issue, some of these intersections that are troubling would be really helpful on my end to be able to share what the city's doing in the short and long term, it seems to be like a consistent issue that comes up over and over and over again that I'd like to have some feedback for residents on, or to just say, it really is what it is. And either way is fine with me, but I just want to be able to say something with some confidence. That's it, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a response to about a dozen questions there?
Well, we responded to all of them except the last two. The Tyson and Burncoat, I know our engineering group has looked at that. I don't know if there's a completed study or an ongoing study. We'll certainly get back to the councilor on that. The water issue, Matt knows more about that. He can jump in on it, but that's really difficult for Public Works to get involved in these private property issues, no matter whose fault they are. If Matt can add something right now, if not, this is something we probably got to talk to Conservation Commission or somebody who might have some authority. I'm not saying that whoever claims this is related to the field at St. Peter's Marian is correct, but this is a difficult one. This is way out of our jurisdiction, but we'll try to help anyhow.
Just to follow up, I would just say we did a pretty exhaustive, as you know, Councilor, through the chair, investigation of our infrastructure. Weren't able to come up with anything, so all signs pointed to that construction that we talked about. So, as the Commissioner alluded to, I think we would need to have a little more dialogue with the school and perhaps get them to pursue an engineering solution without going too far down that road right now.
Yes, through the chair, that would be incredible if we could pull that off, and anything I could do to be helpful in that way, please let me know.
Okay. And the mayor's returning. Next person up is Councilor Miro Carlson.
Yes, through the chair, to the commissioner, let me start by saying, I think that Commissioner Musi and myself have worked very well alongside of each other for all the different things that have taken place in the district. I do have several questions, however. So one of them is through the chair to the commissioner. In terms of the crosswalks at all of our schools, are those painted once a year? Is that done twice a year? What triggers for the crosswalks at our schools to be painted?
Through the chair, it really has to do with the amount of traffic. We use thermoplastic, not paint. Thermoplastic can last 3 years, even 4 years. In busy locations, it might only last 2 years, and occasionally we have a location it might have to be done every year. So how it's done is really we have to look at them. So this time of year, if the weather warms up, actually as of today, I don't think we've painted anything. When we get some warm and dry weather, we will be painting crosswalks. We inventory what we think needs to be done. And of course, some of what we do comes from through the chairs, through councilors like yourself, or just through citizens' calls to our customer service. But if there's something you think we need to pay attention to, we'll certainly get out there and look at it.
Yeah, so through the chair to the commissioner, I was just trying to get a handle on how is this done. Do you have somebody who has all those crosswalks in a database, and do you once a year prior to school starting go out and paint all those crosswalks? Or is it something that's done every couple of years? Or is it something that's done by people calling them in? So that was really the reasoning for the questioning.
If I can, it's actually all of the above when it comes to schools. We do send one of our staff out and look at them, and we do have an inventory of them, and we try to get to them. As you know, in the last couple of years, we've spent a lot of money on crosswalks, in particular around schools. We try to look at them in the summer, and if we think they need to be done, we get them done before the fall opening.
Through the chair to the commissioner, have we put anything in this budget in terms of flashing crosswalk signs at all of our school locations?
I guess that's a two-part question. The first part, have we put something in the budget for flashing crosswalk locations? Yes, but for all of our school locations, no. We have, if Jared can point it out to me, what we put in. Yeah, I think actually that's in the capital budget. I think we put enough in for 10 locations, if I'm correct.
So there is, just for clarification, there's 10 locations, but it's been put in the capital budget, not anything in this budget.
Correct.
Okay. And those locations are to be determined by...
Mr. Manager?
I think, as Chief Sergeant was saying before, they're evaluating each of the school areas with the folks from DPW to look at what kind of improvements could be made, particularly around areas that drop off, pick up, bus drop off, etc. So we're hoping some of the recommendations that come back based on the police and DPW's review of school by school site will prioritize the most important and hopefully the most effective use of these particular tools around schools.
So through the chair to the manager, so these 10 flashing lights will go to school crosswalks, or are we not
That would
sure?
be the priority.
Okay.
Schools first.
All right. Great.
Before your next question, that's just get a sense of the council since Mr. Train is sitting up there. Should just let him go home and pick up. Okay. See you next time. Okay.
So I have a few other questions. I know that one of the concerns continually on an ongoing basis, and as a counselor, to be honest with you, I feel like we always have no answers to the people who live on private roads. And I certainly get it, and I understand it, what we're saying, but for us as a city of our size to say, if a road is impassable, it's a private road, we're not going to do anything about it. I just think that there is a better way. I'm not saying we go in and pave it. I'm not saying we maintain it. But my understanding is that we used to have a very slim maintenance program for some of these private roads. I can tell you there's 2 roads off the top of my head that, God forbid, something happens and somebody needs an ambulance, they're not getting there. And I just find it hard to believe that we as a city think that that's acceptable. We got to figure out what is it that we do. And again, I'm not saying that we go in and pave the roads, but what kind of maintenance, if any, can we possibly do?
Mr. Musi?
Through the chair, for us at Public Works, this is always the most difficult thing when we talk to those same residents that you talk to, Councilor, or all the councilors talk to have to say, no, this is private, this isn't ours to fix, this isn't ours to maintain. Probably the last time we had a private street maintenance program was maybe about 15 years ago, maybe a little bit less than that, but more than 10 at least. It's something that the budget got shrunk down to where it was like $5,000 a year. We could go out and like work on one private street or 2 or 3 private streets, and that was it for the year. And it really was not practical at that. My only recommendation is if the council sees fit to put a private street maintenance program in, that you adequately fund it where we can actually go out and maintain the private streets. In the long run, it's money not well spent. It would be better to work on private street conversions with those funds, because we can go out and grade and gravel private streets and work on them, and you get a big thunderstorm the next day and it all washes away. So, there's negatives to it, but I guess there's, at least in those situations where they get that bad, it might make some sense. I really don't want to be the one recommending it, but by saying if it's something that the council's interested in, at least adequately fund it so it can actually do something.
So, through the chair, I would actually like to see something. What would that look like? What would the cost of something like that look like in terms of these private streets? Maybe there's not anything that we can do, but again, how many private streets do we have left in the city of Worcester?
Through the chair, I don't know the number. I believe it's 90 miles of streets all added up.
And we used to have several more miles. Is that not correct? Through the chair to the commissioner?
Yeah, so over the years, through the chair, the private streets have been shrinking, either through private street conversion, developers building them, or in some cases, we just abandon the streets. We take them off the official map. So the number has shrunk over the years for any of those 3 reasons.
Okay. I have another question and certainly concern, and we've talked about this several times over the last few weeks. At the end of Robin Road and Cameron Street, Delmont, Harmon, we capped that property down there, and we, the city, have created a real problem for the people who live in that neighborhood. So now, because that's been capped, the water's running off and running down, and to that private street that once was fine, it's now all rutted and becoming a real problem. Running into Harmon Street, which is a public way, which, if not for the gentleman who lives at the end of the road, who shovels out that catch basin on a regular basis, those homes down there in their driveways are flooded. I think that there's something that we can do. Now, I understand that Robin Road is on the list to be repaved. I put Delmont on the council to be converted to public. The people there are willing to pay the monies to have that done. But I just don't know if that solves the problem there. And I think that we need to we owe the people who live there the answer. Because again, if we're not going to spend any money on private roads, but yet we're the cause of making those issues, it just seems a little unfair to those taxpayers who live in this particular neighborhood.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, this is something that our staff has looked at, our environmental people have looked at. Council and I have had conversations on this, and this is something where Council and I are going to actually meet up there or go up there at some point together and actually look at that site. There's quite a few issues up there, and we know that there needs to be some solutions thought out there. So, certainly DPW is willing to take a look at that. And if
Thank you, Commissioner. And lastly, the street sweeping program in the last couple of years has not appeared in our budget. However, when I went back and looked, there was a $417,000 charge in 2013, 2014, 2015, and 2016. So my question is, where did that money get redirected? And I'm a little mystified that there's nothing in the budget for street sweeping, number one. Number two is, I know we had conversations around street sweeping, but I do have to tell you, I never dreamt in a million years that I would go down a road and the leaves that got left there from last year from Mother Nature were skirted around and we weren't going to pick them up because they were leaves and not sand. I don't think that that was ever our intention. At least I know it certainly was not my intention. When we talked about this, we talked about people digging out their branches out of their empty lots and doing those sorts of things. But when the sticks in the tree branches fall off the trees from Mother Nature and the individuals didn't put it there, I find it hard to believe that we're not going to pick those up. Because again, that was never my intention. The intention was for people who were digging branches, cleaning out their lots and making huge piles. I think that this is a real disservice to the people in Worcester, and I, quite frankly, I'm curious to know where this $417,000 went, and yet we can't explain. Nobody has explained to me what did we save this year by not picking that up.
Okay, there's several questions there. I might have to have Mr. Zadalis ask me about the first part. Again, as I said earlier, leaf collection and street sweeping has always been a sewer function. It comes out of the sewer budget. Last year, just in the way the budget's presented, the way it shows, it comes out of overtime and hired services, but how it's represented might be a little different in this year and last year than it was maybe in previous years. So I'll let Tom. Hired services. Yeah, it all comes out of hired services, that line item in the budget. But how was it presented a few years ago? I'm not sure. So the council, through the chair, I know Mr. Zadalis just walked in. It was presented differently a few years ago, and that was her question.
So if I could, through the chair, to Mr. Zadalis, when I didn't see it in this year's budget, and I went back and looked in last year's budget, and street sweeping didn't appear. So then I continued to do some research to find out what happened to our street sweeping and what was the cost to the taxpayers in the city of Worcester. And what I'm saying to you is that that line item showed in previous budgets. So it never reappeared, at least not that I can find it, the $417,000.
Through the chair to the councilor, if you do recall, a couple years ago, we spoke to how we're trying to realign object codes, expense types, as an example, printing services. So I believe, and we'll confirm this with a report, I believe those costs are classified under the category of hired services in this budget. We're not using the term street sweeping in the budget document anymore.
So, through the chair to Mr. Zadelis, I guess as a counselor representing the people in my district, how am I going to find what an item that is so important to the people cost without it being laid out in front of us? I mean, that's one of the biggest items for the people who are in the district. So I would ask you if you could possibly rethink that, or if the administration could possibly rethink that.
Through the chair to the counselor, yes, as we did last year with suggestions coming forth about how to improve the budget document, yes, we can do that, and we may do a line item hired services with an annotation of what the hired services are, street sweeping.
I'm going to ask one more question through the chair. So you just referenced hired services. What does that mean?
That means any contracted, if we pay the people on overtime, we're trying to fit the expenditures in commonly accepted accounting object codes, expenses. What you were speaking to is in a program budget. We can modify what we've done to try to accommodate you, Counselor.
All right. I hope it's not just to accommodate
but
me.
No,
I just, when you say hired services, for me, that means contracting out. I thought that our men and women did the street sweeping in the city. And
through the chair to the council, on the OM side, we're trying to fit it in a similar grouping of categories throughout the city. In hindsight, it's not providing the detail that you need, so yes, we can go back and look to expand on that in such a fashion that makes it easier or more readable for people to understand the expenditures.
Thank you very much.
Council Lukes.
Just want to make sure we got it all, Councilor.
Through you, Mr. Chairman, during the course of this discussion, there was a reference to a subject that used to occupy a lot of our time, and that was the stormwater permit and the disputes we had with the EPA. What's the status of that matter?
Commissioner?
Through the chair, as the council knows from several of the updates I've done over the last 3 years, we're working on an integrated plan, and our hope has, and so far that's been the case, that EPA has held off issuing the city a new MS4 or stormwater permit. We have the draft 2008 permit that never was finalized, and it's in all likelihood, the state will not issue the city a permit till sometime after we submit the integrated plan, which is in a couple months, in August. The state has 2 communities that have individual permits, Worcester and Boston. The rest of the state falls under what's called a general permit. Now, the EPA issued 2 years ago a general permit that would cover all the other communities in the state except Worcester and Boston. That's being appealed. There's 4 or 5 different appeals on that. They've been consolidated in the D.C. Circuit. There was a stay of the permit for 1 year, but that stay expired last July. So actually the permit is in effect as these appeals are going on. So the outcome of those appeals will probably have some bearing on what the city of Worcester sees in a future permit.
At one time, the cost was estimated to cost $1 billion to comply. What are we talking about now? $2 billion?
Well,
3, 4?
If it makes the council feel any better, we did re-look at the $1 billion report, and we revised it, and we worked on numbers, and we played around with it. We think we can get it to $800 million.
What a relief. Thank you. Okay. We were talking about private roads. What's the cost of converting a private road per running foot?
Through the chair, it's about $300 a foot. It might be a little bit more right now.
So
what happens is that $300 gets split. Mr. Adams is telling me more like $380. So that $380 gets split on each side.
Okay.
So each side would be paying like $170, $175.
Does that cover the cost of actually converting the private to a public road?
Yeah, that covers the construction costs. When we do a private street conversion, the city's share, if you will, is the engineering, the survey, the decree plans, the design. We do all that without cost to the abutters. The abutters only pay the actual construction money. There's no soft costs, if you will.
At one time in our history, a long time, we were very patient about having private street construction because we were eager to get that new construction, new building. Is there currently a ban on private road development in any new construction? Because if there isn't, we should have one.
Absolutely, you cannot create a private street today in Worcester.
Why not?
Because our subdivision regulations won't let
Okay.
you create a private street.
All right, that's what I was wondering, if we had something in a legislative tenor that prevented that from going on. How long has that subdivision plan or ban been in effect?
I would say the early 80s through the chair. It might even have gone back to the 70s version of the subdivision regs. It's been quite some time.
All right, I'm not sure that I think it goes that far back, but if it did, the better we are all for that ban. In your new and continued initiatives, you say continuing implementation of a maintenance management system to track critical maintenance of infrastructure assets. What in the world does that mean?
Maintenance management program, something that we've been working on literally for several years at DPW, and it's being implemented now. We have it in our water and sewer divisions. I think we're starting in slowly in our parks division, and really it's a way for us to track all the things that we need to do in terms of maintenance. And I'll give you just some examples. So in our sewer system, there's a certain amount of sewer flushing and cleaning that needs to be done. We use the computer system to track and to really inform us of what needs to be done now. Say for in our water division, we have hydrant maintenance. We have 6,000 hydrants we have to maintain. They need to go out and be checked on a 2-year cycle, be greased, be checked over, make sure they're working. Some of them much more frequently if they've been used by the fire department. So all these kind of maintenance items that have to be done, and literally there's tens of thousands of them in public works. And this is just a way for us to keep track of it all, to document what we've done, to kind of advance from paper copies of things in file cabinets where we can look at any time and get a report and say, okay, we're behind on cleaning sewers, or we're behind on these hydrant maintenance, or behind on exercising gate valves, and we know that in the coming weeks we'll shift a little more help towards those functions. So it's a good planning tool. It's the first step, I would say, towards a full asset management system, which we'll probably eventually do. And then when we get into asset management, we get into actually managing things like pump stations and expensive infrastructure to keep track of exactly where they are, how old they are, what are their life expectancies, how much money should we be planning for future replacement. And that's all, by the way, parts of our integrated plan, is to look down the road at all these things that eventually have to be replaced and upgraded. So it's a tool for us to be able to say to the administration and to the council, these are the big problems we got to look at, in the coming years.
I was hoping you'd include potholes and street repairs in that, because I have never, and I can say this now because I'm not running for anything. I've been here longer than anybody, and I don't remember seeing the kind of reaction that the public has had to our lack of ability to keep up with repairs to our streets and sidewalks, mostly streets. And I don't know what the answer to that is, but I know we can't tolerate it anymore. And I'm just wondering, when you do repairs to streets, who does them? What percentage is done by our employees versus independent contractors?
The percent that's done by city staff is very small. We just don't have the physical human resources to do too much paving on our own. So virtually all of it is done via hired contract.
And how do you supervise those folks in terms of the final product? You can't stand there and treat them like employees because they're not. So I'm calling them independent contracts, and I am assuming that's how they're categorized and how they're paid.
Yeah.
But who checks on them? Because, frankly, this counselor next to me and I live on an area that constantly gets repaved over and over again, and within 2 weeks, that asphalt is up again. Do you want to vouch for me for there?
If I can, I can explain to the council because it's really something that maybe nobody realizes. Worcester has an extensive testing program on its paving contracts, probably the strictest in the state. So when asphalt is put down, when we have a street paved, we actually core the street. We send out those cores for testing, and then we pay based on those testings. If the street doesn't pass, it has to get done over. If the street is like 99%, they get paid not the full amount. If the street's 102%, they get paid a little bit more. So there's incentives in the contracts to make sure that we get the quality products that we want. And frankly, we probably put a couple $100,000 into a year into those tests. And those tests are one of the basis of payment. There's other things that are involved. And we do have inspectors to do that. Right now we're short, so this coming season we'll probably end up hiring consultants to be our inspectors. But that's probably something that's a short-term problem where we just happen to have a shortage of manpower right now.
Well, the short-term problem is becoming longer and longer every year that we deal with this same frustrating and annoying issue. Let me just ask one last question. It's not related to that subject. Under new and continued initiatives, there has been discussion on the City Council to try to achieve zero waste by the year 2040. Are you doing anything to set that in place?
That's through the chair. That's an ongoing conversation. It's something we've looked at. I think I spoke maybe through the chair to Councilor Lukes also on this item when we talked about the Clear Bag program. This is something that we're certainly looking at, but to get to that zero waste 2040, we're going to need to, or we would need to, or we would have to hope that the entire state or New England would get to the point where we could demand manufacturers, because it's going to have to get to the point to get there. The manufacturers are going to have to package products differently, deliver them differently, with things that can be recycled. And what can be recycled today is going to keep changing. Well, not necessarily what can be recycled, what has a demand in the market. So as we all know, there is very little demand for the products that we as a community are sending off to be recycled. So that has a factor in it. In the next decade, things will change, and the demands for these things will change, and hopefully products will be manufactured in a way that they can be easily recycled, where they can be taken apart easier and broken down into their plastic and metal subsets and sent off for recycling. Now most things that are manufactured can't be recycled.
Well, I understand your wish list, but the point is that several private corporations are starting to do that already and placing deadlines for their own compliance to have biodegradable packaging, whether it's McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts or even Good as Gold, which has already initiated that kind of process. And frankly, I'll have to file some other items dealing with this issue, because we can initiate something on a local level, starting the ball rolling. And we can't embarrass ourselves by saying, we'll wait for the state to do it. We've been doing that with banning our plastic bags, and it's still sitting in committee. After over 10 years, it's embarrassing. And if we want to call ourselves leaders as the second largest city in New England, we have to stop waiting for somebody else to do it, to do our job for us. So I would ask for a report from the commissioner dealing with his first, second, and third steps in trying to initiate a 2040 deadline. That would be my request, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Those in favor, opposed, so awarded. Councilor Rivera.
So just a couple things. I'll be brief. One, I just want to say that I really appreciate when I've asked to be able to look at ways to communicate with community. You've done that. The cards were really helpful, and I really appreciate that. I want to really echo some of the things that Councilor Rose talked about regarding the intersections and safety, and some of the ones in my area are Claremont, Chandler, and Murray Ave specifically. In Maine and Cambridge. So looking at that, I'd love to be able to see how we work that in the not so distant future. And then, what I've been asking all night in the different departments, and this is a really, really large department, is how is it, do you have a liaison assigned to work with our Chief Diversity Officer with the City of Worcester?
Through the chair, we work with the Chief Diversity Officer, division by division. So as we do hirings, it may be different department heads within DPW, and they've all been working with her in terms of, our practices.
Would you consider being such a large department doing similar to what Fire and Police then is kind of allocating a form of a liaison? Because I think this is a department that I think it's very important, has a lot of components to it, just seems really complex. So I think it'd be, interesting in the future to kind of be able to allocate a liaison to work specifically with the Chief Diversity Officer. So just to consider. The other thing I wanted to just, lastly, is just to talk about, because there's always so many comments to be done, there's so many aspects about public works and so much work that gets done. I think one of the things that's going to be new with the city manager's initiatives is this kind of performance metric on the budget, and wanted to know kind of how that's going to give me an example. I don't know if this would be something that I could ask when we talk about Office of Urban Innovation, but I think being that this is something that we're going to be looking at performance and evaluation, how exactly would we look at really looking at the measures in the budget, to look at performance metric on this budget when we look at things, for example, for public works? And I don't know if that's something that, through the chair, if it's something that the commissioner, or I know that Eric Batista is also going to be working on that component. So I don't know if it's something that we can answer now or answer at another point, but.
If I can, through the chair, this is something that, DPW's looked at for a while. I mean, there's a small number of performance measures that are laid out in this year's budget, but actually we developed a long list of them. There's probably 30 of them maybe, or at least 20 of them that we've developed that we think that would make a good measurement of how we do things, whether it's how we take in calls and how we respond to calls, whether it's how many potholes. You just heard one of your colleagues talking about potholes we have to repair a year. So we have a lot of performance metrics that we've set up to measure ourselves by, and we certainly can expand on what's in here in future budgets.
That's really exciting to hear, and I think that's great. I think it's really data collecting, whether it's qualitative or quantitative, is really important. And I think it's, especially in a department like this, that often it gets up in conversation. I think it's going to be really helpful for us and being able to get that information out to community, but also for you all to be able to report out to us in council. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Council Wally.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few comments. I promise to be brief. The first thing I'd like to say, I'm glad to see that there's a new staff member to the Blue Space Initiative. And Mr. Mayor, I know this was something you led. I work with Jackie Burmeister constantly, and she does a great job. So I'm glad to see they're adding to that department. Second item, through the chair to the commissioner. In the past, you've talked about implementing a new program for street maintenance so that the streets won't get to a status where they need to be repaved is quick and that it would cut down on the expense. Could you give a brief update on to where that stands?
If I can, through the chair, if you had a chance to look at the last report I sent up, it might have been at the last manager's calendar, and it was a report. It was specifically meant to answer the timeline, really, of doing streets, how long it took. But in that report, I also put in there that this month now we are doing a survey of the entire street network. And sometime in the next couple of months, we'll have the data from that report back. And we're going to use that data to do two things that we'll report to the council on. One, just exactly where we stand of our streets. You heard one of your colleagues talking about potholes. Potholes are the sign of a distressed street. So that report's going to give us, so I can sit and tell you, earlier, I think it was Councilor Rose talked about a $100 million backlog. My feeling is it's a lot more than that. So we're going to take this survey, we're going to say, here's where we stand right now today with our streets, and here's our recommendation to get the most mileage we can out of our budget. And what that recommendation is going to do, and it's something that I at least led to in a report last year, I believe it was, that we want to look at spending more of our budget on maintenance and less of our budget on complete reconstructions. Now, that doesn't mean there isn't going to be a lot of streets that need reconstruction, but if we try to spend a little bit more on saving the streets before they get to that failed condition, I think in the long run we'll do better. The long run's going to be a long time, though. We're going to have to be committed to say, okay, we're going to go down this road to get the most mileage out of our streets, but it's going to take a long time before we see, a vast improvement. We'll see an improvement, but if you happen to live on a street that gets ignored, you're not going to see that improvement. So that's where we stand. So I'm hoping to report later this summer, maybe just after Labor Day at the latest. I want to get it to the council before we talk about future street picks.
Great, thank you. Third comment. Last year, I asked the Assistant Commissioner of Parks how much time the forestry spent on parks, on trees in parks compared to trees in streets, and I think he mentioned 85 to 90% of the time the forestry spent dealing with trees were those trees on streets, not parks. And I think the city deserves a lot of credit for the focus on replanting trees after the Asian longhorn beetle, and after that, after those 30,000 trees were planted, we've done a great job partnering with the Worcester Tree Initiative and having our forestry department go throughout the city and planting trees. But I would reiterate that I think the forestry department would be better served working under streets engineering as opposed to in the forestry department. The fourth comment I want to make has to do with off-street parking. And if you could turn your attention to page 85. Just a few questions through the chair, either to the commissioner or to Mr. Zadelis. And I'll wait till you get there. Page 85. So the question I have, if you look at the actual numbers, so let's look at actual 2018 and then actual in 19 through March 31st. If you look at the expenditures for every garage to the funding source for every garage, they balance. But then when you go to the approved budget for 19 and the approved fiscal 2020, they don't balance. Why would that be?
Through the chair, the representation of the actual is really recognizing that when those garages needed funding, the appropriate amounts were transferred in to those accounts. But in actuality, what is happening is better represented in the fiscal year 2020, which illustrates that the garages that are self-sustaining will be self-sustaining, but not all of them are, and so that some of the more successful garages end up subsidizing the less successful ones. So that's the short answer.
And of course, the garages are looked at as an economic development tool, but is it safe to say we would want every garage to be self-sustaining?
Absolutely.
So what plans do we have to make sure that that's going to happen in the future? Through the chair.
Through the chair, there's really two parts to answering that question. One, the off-street parking board did, I think 2 years ago now, approve a 5-year plan to get the rates at a more sustainable place, and we need to keep looking at the rates. But the other thing that we need to do, and the manager and I talk about this frequently, is we need to get these garages physically in better condition. One of the things that happened for 40 years to try to keep the rates as low as possible, we let these garages get into basically a rundown condition. Right now we're spending, the better part of $20 million trying to salvage Pearl Elm Garage, which is really the biggest moneymaker of the bunch until now. So we need to find this happy medium where we can set rates that will maintain the garages in good condition and keep our customers, our parkers, safe and feel comfortable there, but at the same time keep the off-street program self-sufficient. In other words, we don't want to support it with tax levy. So that's the happy medium that we're striving to get. So it's a combination of those rate increases, but also we want to spend some of those increases and make the quality of the garages a little bit better, and to really save money in the long run by doing maintenance that keeps you from having to reconstruct them like that Pearl Elm project.
Mr. Manager?
I agree with everything the commissioner mentioned. I did want to add one thing. There were a number of contracts with different organizations for a certain number of parking spaces in a given municipal garage. And as those have become due, we've looked to negotiate them in a little more aggressive way because the city, quite frankly, is in a different place than it was when it made some of those arrangements a number of years ago, where it kind of tried to spur economic development by giving very good deals. We did that with the Hanover Theater. We did that with the Mass College of Pharmacy. We've done that with a number of organizations, helping them get off the ground. Now, as they're off the ground and their contracts come up, we're looking to negotiate a little bit more kind of, closer to market value arrangements with them. We saw that just recently with the lease with the Postal Service at the Major Taylor, which was a significant increase in the amount of revenue that major contract is bringing in.
Thank you. The next question has to do with the off-street parking board. Again, it sounds like they're setting the rates. I believe in the last 5 years they might have met 5 times. Through the chair to the manager, I believe, could you confirm that the off-street parking board is appointed by yourself?
It is.
And does the council approve that board?
I don't know if that's a confirmation. I'm not sure if the council confirms it or just is informed of it. It certainly comes before the council, but I can't remember if it's a confirmation board or just a notification.
Through the chair as a follow-up, and you might not be able to answer this, but do you feel as though the off-street parking board is an appropriate board to deal with these issues?
I think we've got a very good group of folks on the board who do a very good job. The frequency of their meeting really is a matter of how much kind of business there is before them. I do think that there's a conversation to be had about overall how we organize our parking assets here in the city. They are related. The surface parking lots, the structured parking, and our street meters are really part of an overall system, but how they're governed is, bifurcated. The off-street parking board has the control of the off-street parking. Council has control of the meters. And they really are a unified system, so I do think it's worth kind of thinking about, is there a better way to organize parking in general, given its interdependence in terms of how to incent people to use parking assets, how they support business and development within the city.
To that end, through the chair, could I ask for a report on surface lots throughout the city? And what I would like to see in that report is a further breakdown on the expenditures and the funding sources, as well as where those parking garages, where those surface lots are. And then my final question, as it relates to the garages, through the chair to the commissioner, I know it's been mentioned that the DPW is going to look at advertising for the garages. I noticed that there's no funding sources for that in FY20. Could you give an update, a verbal update as to where that process stands?
Yes, through the chair. The Department of Public Works, we put out a request for proposals. It was probably close to 2 years ago at this point, for people interested in doing advertising on our garages. We had 2 respondents, and a selection committee picked one company, and that company has put up a minimal amount of advertisement, really on one garage, Major Taylor, and is right now trying to sell ads in the other garages. Right now, I don't know that any of it is really sold, but as they can sell ads, they'll put the ads up. They give us the money. So there's no cost to the city. We don't have a line item. It'll just show up as miscellaneous revenue. We don't have a line item for costs because the advertising company does all the costs. They sell the ads. They recoup their costs plus something, and they give the rest of the money to the city. So essentially, we get about half of the gross cost of the ads.
Thank you. And then the last comment I want to make has to do with the leaf pickup and the street sweeping. I think District 5 was impacted a little bit differently than the other districts just because we had our leaves picked up first in the fall and we were impacted by the snowstorm, and then we had the street sweeping happen in the spring. I believe we were the first district, and so maybe the message didn't get out. And I know the manager did a good job describing the process on the council floor. I know that those who receive the phone calls receive the message. If you visit the Twitter feed, if you visit the Facebook page and the website, you heard the communication. I think if you look at every department, including the DPW, your core competency isn't communication. Same can be said for every department. I think the only department whose core competency is communication would be the communication department. So I would just ask the administration in the future, look to see how our communication department can work with every department to get this type of message out. I would like to think that if there was a notice in the tax bills, which every property owner gets, about the fact that we were sticking to the policy of street sweeping in the spring, at least in District 5, I think we would have saw less of those leaves on the street. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Councilor King, all set? Any more questions on DPW? Councilor Rosen?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to leaf pickup, and I know the report is coming. I appreciate that. And I think through the chair, Commissioner Musa, you said that there's many cities and towns, we'll say in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, especially that do not do any leaf pickup during the year. Is that correct?
That's correct. I think of only one that I know of.
One that doesn't or does?
One that does.
Other than Worcester, you mean?
Correct.
Okay, so most don't. My question is this, and maybe it's a poor suggestion, but maybe it has some merit. If we look at the leaf pickup in the fall, we have to worry about the first district that's picked up. I think Council Wally said District 5, so the first district that's picked up, sometimes the leaves might not even be off the trees, so that's a problem. The last district that's picked up, it might be close to the snow season. So those are two major problems. I wonder, and I would like to see leaf pickup in both the fall and the spring, the same program, but we've talked about that tonight. There is a major expense, and it might affect our sewer rate and so on, so I certainly appreciate that. But I'm looking at those two issues in the fall. Leaves are still on the tree, and here they come. I haven't had a chance to rake yet because they're still on the tree, and snow is on the way maybe 5 weeks later. Does it make any sense? We've trained the people to pick up the leaves in the fall because that's when we do it. Does it make any sense to do the whole, if it's once a year, do it all in the spring? Because we have to come by and get the sand anyway. We do that. Let them, I would rather have the leaves sit under the snow during the winter, and then everyone thinks of cleaning their yard in the spring. That's what they think of. So why couldn't the two be combined? You'd probably save a little money. You certainly wouldn't have another expense. And I do think the leaves that, from what I've read, the leaves underneath the snow are good protection for the grass, too. So it doesn't make any sense. Everyone's going to be thrilled to be able, in the spring when we all clean our yard, to get them out in the street. You'll have huge piles. You come by with the claw, you do the sweeper for the sand, and in the fall there's no expense. I know the leaves fall in the fall. I realize that. But they don't have to be picked up then. We've trained the whole city over the years. That's when they have to be picked up. It doesn't have to be that way. And you just told me that most cities and towns don't pick them up any time, spring or the fall. If they can get away with that, I would think we could get away with one big cleanup in the spring. At least tell me if it makes sense or not, Mr. Musi.
Through the chair, I'm not opposed to any suggestions. But the only thing I see as a problem is we can't leave the leaves on the street for the winter for a lot of problems. How it would interfere with snow, and when they freeze, that would make things extremely difficult. But most importantly is we'd still have to sweep the streets in the fall. We don't have to pick up the leaves, but the abutters will have to pick up the leaves so we can sweep them. And
okay, I realize that, but if you're going to pick up the leaves once a year, does it make more sense in the spring than the fall?
It may. Where do those leaves get stored over the winter? How many property owners want to wait till spring? They want to get them out of their yard in the fall, I would think. My only concern would be the leaves ending up, and again, this is without giving it any thought, it's just a reaction to your question. My concern would be the leaves sitting in the street all winter.
Okay. Through the chair, the property owners think of cleaning the yard mainly in the spring. Okay, in the winter, they know the snows are coming. If the snow covers some leaves in their yard, so be it. It's not the worst thing. So it's maybe when you work on the report over the next couple of weeks, maybe you could just consider that if it makes any sense. It certainly does to me, but that doesn't mean it would be right for the city of Worcester. The question I've asked, I guess this is year 5 in a row now, is on the crosswalk painting, and it's been brought up tonight. And I've always said it. I think we don't paint the crosswalks enough. The ones at Kelly Square are a disaster, but I know we're doing Kelly Square over again. But that might not be for 4, 5, 6 months. Those crosswalks are in desperate need of painting, but I suppose we're waiting for the whole peanut and the whole project to be done. But why, in the future, 5 years in a row of Estes, why don't we do our own crosswalks? We train some of our people, cross-train them, and we get the equipment, and we paint our crosswalks, because these contractors so often are supposed to finish the crosswalks near the schools before the school opens. It's almost 2 months, 5 weeks, 4 weeks that they get to the crosswalk. School has already been open. If we did it ourselves, we could get them done by the opening of school. So does it make any sense for the city to paint its own crosswalks?
Through the chair, a couple parts. The first part of that question is I am going to paint the crosswalks in Kelly Square as soon as we get temperatures that are warm enough and we get dry enough weather to paint them.
Thank you.
As I said earlier, we haven't put any paint down. So we will put paint down, not thermoplastic, because we can't leave them the way they are till construction. I did ask our street division to look into buying a paint machine for doing crosswalks and lines, but I'm viewing that as only a kind of an emergency thing when we can't get anyone to do a crosswalk or something that we have to do and we can't wait to hire somebody. The cost of thermoplastic machines, which is the plasticky like stuff that we put down, the cost of that is just prohibitive to buy equipment. But to buy a paint machine is relatively inexpensive. We're going to buy a paint machine for emergencies. But frankly, again, I think I mentioned it earlier, the labor force just isn't big enough. So for us to dedicate people to paint lines, we have to take them off of, say, putting up signs, and then we have to hire somebody to put up the signs. So we pick and choose what we do with our own manpower and what we do with hired services. So, again, for everything we decide we want to do internally, that means something else has to get done externally. So, it's been cost-effective to do it that way. I do agree there's times, and especially these last couple of years when construction has been really busy, where we have a hard time getting hired help. I'll give you that. Unfortunately, the economy doesn't stay good forever, even though we would like it to. So that's maybe more of the current situation. But yeah, to do thermoplastic, it would be an enormous investment.
Through the chair to Mr. Musi, do you agree that often the crosswalks are painted well after the opening of school, the ones near schools that need to be painted?
Yeah, I would say at times, yes. And we'd have to look at each individual case. Maybe in some cases we didn't identify it as needing to be painted before school started. So that, not in every case is it a hired. So, we'd have to look at any individual case on that. But I would say, again, the last couple of years, but we've adjusted a little bit different. Instead of hiring one company to work for Worcester, we hire multiple companies. So if one can't show up, we get another one. So we've probably gotten better at getting lines painted in the last 2 years, and we've spent a lot more money. City manager has agreed and has increased our budget for line painting considerably in the last couple of years, and again, this coming year, just because we know that lines are a high priority with the public. So those are getting done.
Okay, final question through the chair to Mr. Musi. I remember your report well last week or the week before. We had asked you about the resurfacing of streets, and some contractors just take so long. I think of Waldo Street, but many other streets in the city where they just take so long, and maybe the work isn't done as well as we would like when we do get to the finished product. But at least the time frame that they start, and they have so many jobs. So they'll work on Waldo Street Monday and Tuesday, but wait a minute, we can't come back to next week because we have other jobs in the city. Your report addressed that, but they have other jobs in other towns that obviously your report couldn't address. So would it make any sense through the chair to Mr. Musi that they put up some type of bond, some type of money that we have in reserve, and if the street isn't done properly, if it isn't done on time, then they lose some of that money? There seems to me there has to be a penalty, some type of penalty, not just, okay, we understand that you couldn't finish in time, but would you finish soon? So a bond.
Mr. Musi?
Through the chair, every street that we are doing has a bond on it, both a performance bond and a payment bond.
Okay, through the chair, how often do we penalize them and keep some of that money?
It's been a while since we've done it on a street job. We're doing it right now on a parks job. I did it a couple of years ago on a buildings job. We've done penalties on school jobs recently, but on a street job, it's been a while.
So through the chair, Mr. Musi, you disagree with me that many of these contractors do not finish on time because they're going other locations to work there, and they're spreading themselves so thin on these projects?
Well, I don't disagree with you because in addition to the bond, we also have liquidated damage where we can charge them $200 a day for delays. And if you look at the report that I just sent in the last week or two, we set up a website. It's not the website is there. You can go look at it, but it's not completely completed yet. So as time goes on, this construction season, we're hoping to get that website done, I think, in a matter of weeks with TS. But you're going to be able to look on there, and you're going to be able to see the status of a street. Councilor Rosen Street, it's in construction. It started. It stopped. We're waiting on Engrid. We're waiting on NSTAR. The water department's there, so you'll be able to see why that job stopped. Or did it stop because the contractor is out of town doing another job? So we're going to track all that, and we're going to put it right on the city's website so anybody can see, the residents can see, you can see, we all can see what the status is of these streets. And we do have penalties in the current contracts of not getting them done. So, we're taking the steps that we think will help that problem. So we'll find out how this construction season goes and see if we see a marked improvement.
Through the chair to the commissioner, so who decides if we're going to enforce some of the penalties? Where does the buck stop? Who just makes that decision with a contractor on certain streets?
I guess the buck stops with me, sir, because I'm the contracting officer. Obviously, there's conditions that would trigger that. It's not just, a knee-jerk reaction, we're going to or we're not going to. There's conditions that they fail to meet deadlines that will trigger liquidated damages.
Okay, just hoping the future, my colleagues, that we see more enforcement. Okay, I think, we're not doing them the favor. They're not doing us the favor. We're doing them the favor by giving them the contract. So I just think we have some issues, and I'm not blaming DPW. I'm blaming those contractors, but something has to be done to change their attitude, and it has to be financial penalties that might be in place, but they have to be enforced. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor King.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just had a question around some of the major accomplishments and new initiatives and continued initiatives. Just wanted some feedback regarding the ballpark. I know that DPW is certainly a part of this and actively engaged in the construction of the infrastructure and other supportive measures. So through the chair, just a question: if you could explain, have there been design meetings? Are there, additional ways that we can know and be updated regarding what DPW is doing and how things are progressing? Through the chair.
Mr. Commissioner.
Mr. Chairman, well, there's a couple parts to that. There's the ballpark itself that DPW will be overseeing the construction of, but there's also infrastructure around that. The website that I just spoke about would show all that infrastructure work, but in the canal district, the work is just so dense. The city will be using a hired consultant to help us with websites and other messaging about infrastructure in what's called the canal district, the area around the ballpark.
And have there been design meetings ongoing, through the chair?
There's design meetings constantly on the ballpark, several a week.
And who generally attends those meetings?
Well, there's the city attends, the Red Sox themselves, the team attends, at least some of them, the architect, and now that we have a construction manager, we do separate meetings on actually the construction with him, and we also have the owner's project manager that attends those meetings also.
Are those meetings open for councilors to attend periodically, through the chair?
No, at this time, these are preliminary designs. I think that, that'll be up to the Red Sox and the city manager. When do we get this design to the point? Right now, it's, we're talking structural systems and soil support systems and things that probably aren't of public interest, but we got to get the design to the point where it's frozen enough, and we have an idea that it's not going to change. I think in the manager, in the team chairman Larry Lucchino really need to make the decision when we kind of go public with where we are with that design.
Thank you. I certainly think that if by form of a motion, would just like to ask the administration to reach out and to the appropriate stakeholders and see whether or not councilors can sit in periodically just to be kept abreast and, for educational purpose and in order to be informed with regards to process, whether or not folks avail themselves to that opportunity or not would really be up to those individuals. I know that, there's going to be a lot of challenges with this, and I commend you guys for really rolling up your sleeves, and for the women rolling up your sleeves and getting to this, and we certainly have timelines involved and what have you. Through the chair, just wondering, as that process continues, how is it that we keep, as your department keeps, abreast of kind of the latest ways to do the work the best? And what I mean by that is, when I think about us as a city, and we think about the various departments, one of the most important things is professional development. Trying to figure out and how to ensure that Worcester remains on the cutting edge. And I know we have consultants and we have architects and we have a lot of folks involved with the ballpark project, but also in respect to a lot of the other things we've talked about tonight. When you talk about the private streets, we talk about parking, we talk about, all those various challenges and more. How is it that the department supports and, is there a place in the budget where it's reflected that we're, making sure we're on the cutting edge, making sure folks are developing and putting us in the best position possible through the chair.
Mr. Musi.
If I can, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to make a leap of faith, but I'm very confident in this answer. Public Works probably spends the most and puts the most people through trainings annually. Granted, it's a big department, so we do need. But I do agree with the councilor that this is critical, and that's why we do so much training. DPW is diverse. Safe Drinking Water Act changes constantly. Limits in our drinking water change. Lead and copper rule has all kinds of pending changes. Sewer system and how that's operating is constantly being modified by regulations. And just so many of our things and new technologies come out, and they're not all the panaceas that people want to tell you they are, but they all need to be looked at. So, we do try to make an emphasis on training all our staff and trying to keep them up with maybe it's ADA regulations. I know last year we sent a lot of staff retraining on that. So it's a constant battle to keep all our people, up to date on what they need to be up to date on. And of course, those trainings take up time, and it's time that we lose productivity, so we have that trade-off. So, but it is important, and I agree with that, and at least I've tried to make it an important part of what we do is keep people abreast of what's going on.
And where might that be reflected in the budget, if at all?
Well, in the budget, it would come out of the different divisions. As I said earlier, a lot of our staff, 200 of our staff are water sewer employees. So a lot of that training is going to show up in the water and sewer budgets. But then there's Parks budget where we do some training out of our O&M, and I think Jarrett can help me exactly which line items we pull those trainings out of. And the different divisions would all have some training.
Certainly. So, in the interest of time, certainly a report on that would be sufficient. I certainly am happy to hear what I think we all assumed was that, we are trying to do the best we can to remain on the cutting edge. In specificity as it relates to some of the development going on in the engineering and architectural divisions, I want to hear a little bit about those efforts and assuring that folks are right on the cutting edge as we move forward with some big projects here in the city. Through the chair.
Commissioner?
If I can, yeah. Engineering and architectural divisions are particularly difficult because they work on so many diverse things. But we do, at least a percentage of them get trained on whether it's changes in building codes or just new products that are out there. They do lunch and learns on new products. But frankly, that's also divisions where we're having a hard time, retaining individuals. So that's something that, we're constantly looking at ways to keep them educated, but also keep them in-house.
Okay, I'll leave that alone for now. Moving forward, thank you. I very much appreciate that. I think it's important that we do that as the city continues to experience all the economic development opportunities. Moving on to the Parks and Rec, just had a couple of questions and a comment. I know that I'm very pleased with what we as a council, the administration, the mayor have supported over my time in office and prior to me being in office. And there's a lot of exciting things happening in parks. Crompton Park basketball is going to improve. We talk about South Worcester Playground, and many more. Blackstone Visitor Center. I'm not going to run through the whole list. And we're looking at some more work being done. Just through the chair, if you could talk about any new positions and how we anticipate that will improve the department.
Commissioner?
So in terms of our Parks Division, we added one labor staff and one working foreman. So it wasn't a big increase in labor in this year's budget. but we have been working on, ways to do things more efficiently, to get more out of the existing labor force we have there. We do know that you mentioned Blackstone River Park. We do know that we have increased loads on our force with new parks coming online. So, we do have a happy medium on how many employees we should use, which makes kind of the number optimum. And then maybe some of this work, and some of it does now, get put out to contract. So it's that combination. But we think right now that if we can fill all these positions we have, we had really good luck last year when we added the position. It was like a working foreman position to just be our complaint person to keep up with complaints. That really was successful. It really cut down on the complaints that we all get. So I think we're always looking for ways to better manage that labor force, but I think we're in a pretty good position right now, and I don't think we, at least if FY20, really need to ask for any more than what's in the budget.
Mr. Manager?
I just want to compliment what the Commissioner said. We also did add 5 positions to the Park Stewards program. I don't know if
Christian?
We did add 5 positions to Park Steward to 45 positions. The other thing we've done is we've redesigned some of the park locations. We've tried to redesign it in ways that require less maintenance, whether it be not having grass and kind of dirt spaces between fence lines that often get overgrown and cause, complaints. We have to go in and weed whack. We've been putting in other surfaces that prevent those kind of growth. So we're trying to, as we do the capital improvements to the parks, take care of some of the ongoing maintenance issues through those capital repairs.
Councilor King?
Thank you. I just comment, I think as we talk about the capital improvements and the new parks, one of the things that's always present on my mind, and I think on many folks' minds, is as you mentioned, the maintenance. And through the chair to the commissioner, just want to make sure I understand correctly. So you said something to the effect of, how many employees that we may need, and you mentioned something about contracting out or privatizing. When's the last time there was a staffing analysis or something of that nature for this department?
Through the chair, it was quite a few years ago. I want to say at least 10.
I'd like to make a motion that we figure out a way to do a new staffing analysis for this department. Through the chair, to the commissioner, I'm not going to ask that question, but we've invested a lot in our parks. We've invested millions and millions of dollars. I think that the leagues that participate in using the parks, I think the regular average citizen that participates individually, overall does a good job of trying to be respectful of the parks. And we're always going to have, those folks that vandalize, those folks that don't respect the parks as much as we would like. But overall, I think, particularly for our youth leagues and our adult leagues, that folks want to make sure that the great spaces and open spaces and green spaces that we're maintaining and the soccer fields and what have you, that they hold up. And I think that this council needs to make sure that we partner with folks and that we're aware of exactly what the needs are in terms of the laborers there. And, if things need to be contracted out, that is what it is for now. But I think we really need to look at optimal levels. We're very fortunate right now in that, due to how we've been governing, how the administration has been managing, and how the elected officials have been leading, that, we're experiencing surges in our economic development and folks coming in the city and using our parks. And now is the time to really look at, what we can do to try to maintain that, and what type of structure we can put in place in support of those folks. And I would say that, since I've been on council, I know that this has been a focal point by the administration, by the deputy commissioner, and we've added the park stewards. We've added additional positions. We have the police department assigned to making sure that there's safety, because we had concerns about safety in the past. So it's not a lack of responsiveness. I just would like to see a little more focus in regards to that. I think that we can continue to do well by folks in our park. And just the last couple of questions. When you look at some of the performance measures, the park playground complaints, just through the chair to the commissioner, I know that I believe it was last year or the year before, we had talked about, I think there was some funding to repair various playgrounds, equipments, and what have you. And I know that some of them were removed in some parks and some of them were repaired. Just through the chair, just wondering what that process looked like this last fiscal year.
Yeah, if I can, through the chair, we did add money in our budget, and I think we added a little bit more for playground maintenance. We do have a playground maintenance position that was in last year's budget. I think 2 years now it's been in the budget, where we have a licensed playground inspector now, an employee that has an inspector's license. That's a requirement of the state, who inspects our playground equipment in particular and repairs it. And we gave him the budget to do those repairs. And really the goal there was to prevent an injury. We obviously, none of us want to see somebody hurt on some of our playground equipment, and that's why there's a requirement of a licensed inspector. So we're happy with the results of that program. We did pretty well last year. We do know we need some more, maintenance, and there's probably more coming up. So we bumped up the budget to buy those repair items. Obviously, we have the person, but just to buy the maintenance items that we need to keep those repairs going. So we're pretty happy with the way that's going, and we feel that's something that's better done in-house.
Thank you. And just regarding the performance measures here on page 59, the parks playground complaints addressed within the defined time frame. It looks like there was some decrease here. I'm just wondering if I'm reading that correctly, and if not, if you can help me read it correctly, and if so, if that is accurate, what it means.
Through the chair, you are seeing that correctly. I would just offer one caveat. These are new performance measures that we're working with, and in fact, in order to have better performance measures, we just initiated these separate categories. We used to have one broad category called parks complaints, and we just broke it out into playgrounds, trash, and there are a few other subcategories of parks complaints. So as a result of that breakout, that actual number you see there, the 71%, that's based on, I forget what it was, it's single digits of reported incidents. It's really not a statistically significant sample, and we probably should have rolled all these up this year into that top line, parks complaints, because that's a much more robust sample of hundreds and hundreds of complaints. But certainly going forward, these breakdowns will be good measures of our productivity, and that's why in FY20 we're suggesting that we will hit those higher targets, because when we have a real sample, you'll see the performance improve.
Thank you so much for that explanation. And secondly, that I would assume that also applies to the trash complaints as well.
Exactly, it's the exact same situation where those are new complaint types.
Thank you. It's good to know that what some of those numbers are. I know that the administration and the department have really been focusing on those issues. That's why I was a little bit surprised, and I look forward to really seeing those numbers in the next fiscal year. I know that we've done things with trash. We're picking them up on the weekends as the season opens and what have you. And as you mentioned, it was good to hear about be reminded about the licensed inspector. because that's so important.
All set?
Yep, that's it. Thank you.
Council Hooks?
Mr. Chairman, just a few questions for Commissioner Musi, and then I'll end it up with a question to Mr. Zedalis. Commissioner, you had mentioned the fact that you had gone after the bond of a contractor on a project. Was that the World War I monument over Green Hill Park?
Yes, it was.
All right, what's the status of that? It was supposed to open or be finished in November, and then now Memorial Day, I haven't heard a word.
Actually, at 5 o'clock tonight, I got a letter from the bonding company that, will need to be discussed with our legal staff. Pulling bonds is, I've had them go quickly, but they're often a fight. A lot of times you end up taking bonding companies to court. So we all have to realize when it comes down to pulling a bond, you think a project might be going slow. It's going to stop for a while. And hopefully we'll get that stoppage moving. But again, I saw that letter at 5 or 5:30 tonight, so I don't want to get into any more discussion than that.
All right, so nothing's happening for Memorial Day, I take it.
That's correct.
Which year, I should have asked, but nevertheless. Another question. According to the plan for trash removal that was submitted, with requirement for new trash bags, how much is that going to cost the consumer, and how much revenue are we going to get?
Through Chair, I didn't bring that with me, but between Jared and I, we can probably pretty much guess. I think the entire plan was about $1.2 million. Yeah, and of course the change in trash bag fee would have to generate that $1.2 million. Okay. And that included the clean team and the increased nuisance inspectors, the clear bags, and the entire program.
Okay, and spring cleaning, if we were going to start that, or sweeping, would be another $1 million?
Yeah, we'll get you a report, but it's in that ballpark.
So in the ballpark. Then a question for Mr. Zedalis. In the event that the Senate recommendations for adding educational funds goes through and we get another 3-point-something million, what impact does that have on this budget in terms of more revenues for the city council?
Through the chair to the councilor, what is proposed in the Senate budget was a increase in just educational aid. There was no increase in any aid which supports the city side. So Chapter 70 aid in the charter aid goes directly up to the schools. So the school's budget would go up. Our city side budget would not.
Our budget is not affected at all. So if this council said, we want to, for example, institute a spring sweeping program for the point over $1 million.
Chapter 78 could not be used for that.
Is there any money that could be used?
Through the chair, not that I can think of at the moment.
Put your thinking cap on and come back at the next meeting with something. Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Councilor Russell.
Mr. Chairman, just quickly, just so that I want my opinion to be heard on this, is that I am not looking to start a whole new program that is over and above what we're doing now. All I'm looking for is information from the administration in the form of a report that is saying how much do we save by not providing that same courtesy, if you will, of picking up those sticks and leaves like we did in previous years. How much do we save, and how much will we need to put in the budget, if anything, to reinstitute that program, the informal courtesy, if you will, that we did for so many years. That's all I'm looking for. I'm not personally, I'm just one vote on the council, but that's all I'm looking for. Mr. Chairman, I'd also ask for a report that deals with the private street repairs. I'd like to know what would it cost us to repair the private streets from damage that we did or our contractors did to private streets each year. That's one call that I personally get, and I'm sure all the councilors get from frustrated residents on private streets who put an effort in to try and fix up their street, and then their street was damaged by plows. And we always tell them that's their responsibility, and it is their responsibility legally. But if we're looking to start doing some money into private streets, that should be the first thing that we look at. And Mr. Chairman, I would just ask, because I know the hour is late, just in the form of a report on the Major Taylor Boulevard garage, a breakdown of what those that revenue of that $1.6 million is, if it includes the leases for the restaurant and the rest of the things in the building, or is it just parking spaces?
Okay, all those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Seeing nobody else. So next week's agenda is May 21st. It's for census of items only, something that needs to be done on an emergency basis. Reports from the committees, communications of the city manager, some ordinances, tabled under privilege, and finance and chairman's orders. Okay. Well, if yeah. What's that? Oh, time? 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock? Finance is 5, city council is at 7. So city council will be quick. We just have, stuff that we need to get done. Yep. Approve the DBW, get the reports. All those in favor, opposed, so ordered. Okay. Good job.
Once we have that final list going, a little bit background about these candidates. And all that.
Figure that out.